Welcome to Cello. At readcello.com, you create personalized novels based on your input. You can also find a library of ebooks and audiobooks just like this one. This free audiobook of The Lantern Keeper is brought to you by readcello.com. Enjoy the book. The Lantern Keeper has been written and narrated by the amazing team at readcello.com. Dedication. This book is dedicated to the realist dreamer. The realist dreamer lives in the in-between space, where reality meets wonder, where the ordinary is laced with magic. They love stories that feel grounded, yet extraordinary, where characters navigate familiar struggles, but in a world just a little more vibrant, a little more mysterious than our own. They crave subtle fantasy, quiet magic, and emotionally rich storytelling. They don't need sprawling epics or high-stakes battles. Instead, they seek meaning in the small moments, the ones that reveal the magic hidden in everyday life. For them, a great story isn't just about escapism. It's about seeing the world through a different lens. The Lantern Keeper, Chapter 1, The Call to Adventure. Clara stood in front of her bookshop early that morning, the sound of the bell ringing cheerfully as she opened the door. The familiar scent of old books and freshly brewed coffee wafted through the air, wrapping around her like a warm embrace. She took a moment to inhale deeply, letting the comforting aroma wash over her. From the moment she stepped inside, Clara felt a sense of belonging, the cozy atmosphere, a balm on her restless spirit. As she made her way to the shelves, she began to organize the books, chatting softly with the titles as if they were old friends. She couldn't help but talk about the stories they held, as if each one possessed a whispered secret just waiting to be shared. Clara diligently arranged a display of local authors, her fingers brushing against the spines, as she felt a mixture of pride and hope. She wanted to promote them, to connect their stories with the community, to inspire the dreams that lay just out of reach. Outside, the gentle patter of rain started to fall, creating a rhythmic backdrop as she daydreamed about adventures and the experiences waiting beyond her small town. Her heart swelled with an unfamiliar yearning, a deep-rooted desire for something more. As she finished the display, a flutter of excitement coursed through Clara, mingling with a hint of melancholy. Behind the structured routine of her daily tasks, an echo of adventure beckoned, hinting that the stories she longed to explore might just be within her grasp. As the shop filled with soft light, Mrs. Jenkins shuffled in, arms full of bags brimming with books. Clara looked up, a smile spreading across her face. "Good morning, Mrs. Jenkins," she called out, moving to help with the overflow. "Oh, dear. Thank you, Clara," Mrs. Jenkins replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "You won't believe the gems I found at the fair yesterday." Clara laughed, lifting a few heavy books from Mrs. Jenkins' arms. "Did you manage to get any rare finds?" Mrs. Jenkins nodded eagerly, her voice animated. "I found that local history book you mentioned the other day. Can you believe it? It's the very one that discusses the Lighthouse keeper." Clara's heart skipped a beat. "That's wonderful. Those stories are so important to the town's history. I've always wanted to know more about him." As they walked together to the counter, Mrs. Jenkins shared snippets of the book's tales, illuminating the forgotten past. With every shared detail, Clara felt her curiosity deepening, her longing for adventure intertwining with the collective memory of the town. As Mrs. Jenkins continued, Clara realized how crucial these connections were, not just to history, but to her own journey unfolding ahead. The gentle patter of rain began to intensify outside, a soft reminder of the storm brewing in the distance. Clara stood at the window, watching droplets race each other down the glass, lost in a moment of nostalgia as the sound echoed her childhood memories of the lighthouse. The tales her grandmother told about the keeper reverberated in her mind, the howling winds, flickering lights, and whispers of adventures waiting to unfold. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the lighthouse in the distance, its once vibrant facade now appearing aged and weathered. A familiar pang of longing tugged at Clara's heart, a yearning to explore the world beyond the confines of her shop and the routine that felt increasingly limiting. She shook her head, pushing aside the distant thoughts of adventure, anchoring herself in the responsibilities of the present. But the energy in the air crackled with possibility, a reminder that the magic of stories often lay just beyond the horizon, waiting for her to take the leap. Clara turned back to her tasks, the storm outside thrumming against the windows, but a sense of excitement began to replace her earlier restlessness. The bell jingled again, and in walked a group of local students, laughter filling the air as they burst into the cozy shop, shaking off rain as they entered. Clara greeted them warmly, feeling the infectious energy radiating from the youngsters, their youthful enthusiasm momentarily lifting her spirits. "What's the recommendation today, Miss Clara?" one of the students asked, a mischievous grin on his face. "Let's see," Clara replied, her eyes sparkling with a sudden burst of inspiration. "How about diving into some local legends? I've got a colorful account of the lighthouse keeper that you might find exciting." The students exchanged intrigued glances, whispering among themselves about the potential of adventure hidden within the pages. Clara smiled as she handed them a book about the lighthouse, feeling the weight of their eager expectations. Her heart raced with a mix of joy and a newfound drive to share the stories that had always fascinated her. In that moment, Clara realized her role was not just to provide books, but to ignite passion and curiosity, revealing the magic woven into the fabric of their everyday lives. As the laughter of the children danced through the air, Clara felt a flicker of uncertainty emerge. She returned to organizing the shelves, but couldn't shake off the sense of longing that had taken root within her since the storm began. Thoughts of exploration tugged at her, whispering promises of adventure just beyond her grasp. Clara caught a glimpse of the lighthouse through the window, looming in the distance and beckoning her with its stories. The image stirred memories of her grandmother's tales, of light and darkness, courage and hope, all interwoven with the keeper's legacy. Clara shook her head, a quiet struggle brewing within. A yearning for the excitement and freedom of a life less ordinary wandered in her thoughts. Yet she understood her duty. The shop needed her, and the community relied on her to cultivate their shared love for stories. Just then, the bell above the door chimed again, and Clara turned to see Leo walk in, a spirited look on his face despite the raindrops clinging to his hair. "Good to see you again, Clara," he exclaimed, shaking off the rain like a dog, grinning from ear to ear. Clara felt her heart race. The energy he brought into the shop brightened the space, dispelling some of her earlier doubts. "What's under your umbrella?" Leo asked playfully, eyes sparkling as he stepped closer. "Just sharing local legends with these young adventurers," Clara replied, gesturing towards the students who looked on with wide eyes. Leo leaned against the counter, his presence exuding warmth. "Count me in. I've always wanted to hear more about that lighthouse keeper." Clara smiled, delighted by the enthusiasm he brought to the conversation, realizing she had the power to draw others into her world of stories and wonder. In that moment, she felt the stirrings of courage grow within her, a resolve to embrace what lay beyond the confines of the shop and foster connections that might lead to her own adventures. Chapter 2, The Whispering Woods. Clara stepped outside, the air heavy with the scent of rain-soaked earth and distant pine trees, invigorating her senses as she began her journey into the woods. The forest loomed ahead, a tangled maze of vibrant greens and earthy browns, its canopy filtering the dappled sunlight into wisps of light that danced on the forest floor. With each step deeper into the trees, Clara felt her heartbeat quicken. She was leaving behind the familiarity of the shop and stepping into the unknown. As branches brushed against her, she paused to take a thoughtful breath, nervous excitement flickering within her. Clara recalled the stories of the lighthouse keeper, imagining what secrets the woods might hold, and the adventures just waiting to be uncovered. She tightened the straps of her backpack, resolved to embrace the journey ahead, ready to explore both the physical landscape and the hidden truths woven through her community's past. Clara moved carefully along the winding path, her eyes darting between the towering trees and the intriguing foliage at her feet. She noted how different everything felt so close to the lighthouse. The air was charged with a sense of history and possibility. Pausing to observe her surroundings, Clara made mental notes of the various plants and wildflowers, recalling snippets of knowledge she had gathered about their uses and significance. As she walked, Clara spotted a fallen log covered in moss. providing a perfect resting place for her to jot down observations and insights in her notebook. Feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension, she decided to document every detail she noticed, understanding that these notes might lead her to unravel the lighthouse's mysteries. Each stroke of her pencil felt like a connection to the past, grounding her as she made sense of this vibrant, unfamiliar world before her. As Clara continued her journey, a rustling sound nearby caught her attention, causing her to pause and hold her breath. She turned her head slowly, scanning the dense underbrush, her heart racing at the thought of what could be lurking just out of sight. Suddenly, a small deer emerged from the thicket, looking equally startled as it froze, staring directly at her with wide, gentle eyes. Clara felt a rush of awe. The encounter felt magical, a reminder that she was stepping into a realm where nature thrived, alive with its own stories. Holding still, Clara slowly pulled out her camera, careful not to startle the deer, capturing the moment as it stood in quiet but beautiful vulnerability. This brief connection with the wild sparked inspiration within her, reinforcing her desire to learn more about the world around her and the tales yet to be told. After a few moments, the deer turned and bounded off into the safety of the trees, leaving Clara feeling a mix of exhilaration and longing. With her heart still racing, she resumed her trek, thoughts swirling with what she had just experienced, blending her excitement with curiosity about the deeper mysteries of the woods. As she ventured further, Clara stumbled upon an old stone path, nearly hidden by undergrowth and tangled roots, leading towards the lighthouse. The sight ignited her imagination. Memories of her grandmother's tales once again filled her mind, and she felt drawn to follow this path, sensing it held secrets. Pausing, Clara scuffed the ground with her foot, and a small rusted object caught her eye, a compass, half buried among the leaves. She bent down to pick it up, wiping the dirt away, and marveled at how it might have once belonged to someone traversing the very paths she now walked. This discovery symbolized a connection to the past, intertwining her journey with the legacy of those who had explored before her. As Clara held the compass in her palm, its weight felt reassuring, a token of the adventures of the past, calling her further along the mysterious path. She examined the object closely, noticing the faint engravings and its once glorious shine, now dulled by the passage of time. Clara's mind raced with thoughts of the previous owners, imagining the journeys they had undertaken, the decisions they had made guided by this very instrument. Feeling invigorated, she tucked the compass carefully into her pocket, resolved to honor those who came before her by continuing their quest for exploration and understanding. With renewed purpose, Clara pressed on, navigating the stone path, careful to observe her surroundings while keeping the compass as her guide. Her heart swelled with determination as she embraced the adventure ahead, knowing that each step brought her closer to uncovering the secrets intertwined with her own story. As Clara walked along the winding path, the trees began to thin, revealing glimpses of the lighthouse rising majestically in the distance. The closer she got, the more the sound of crashing waves filled her ears, creating a soundtrack that resonated with the excitement building within her. Suddenly, she spotted a small group of fishermen on the rocky shore, their voices mingling with the sounds of the sea, laughter breaking through the chill in the air. Curiosity piqued. Clara approached them, wanting to learn more about the stories of the lighthouse and its keeper, eager to connect with the local lore. "Excuse me," Clara called out, waving as she stepped closer, a friendly smile forming on her face. "Do you have any stories about the lighthouse?" The fisherman paused, looking her way. One of them, an older man with a weathered face, smiled as he adjusted his cap. "Ah, the lighthouse? Plenty of tales there, lass. Just depends on who you ask." Clara felt the warmth of camaraderie spark in the air, her heart racing with anticipation for the knowledge they might share. Chapter 3, A Clash of Perspectives. Clara stood on the rocky shore, the salty breeze tussling her hair as she listened intently to the fishermen share their tales of the lighthouse. The older man, his voice deep and rich with experience, spoke of the keeper's vigilance during fierce storms, recounting how the light guided lost ships back to safety. With each story, Clara felt a connection to the past, the threads of history wove together, aligning with her own pursuit for knowledge and adventure. The fisherman's animated expressions painted vivid pictures in her mind, and she jotted down notes, eager to document everything they shared. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and a chill crept into the air, causing Clara to shiver slightly as she wrapped her arms around herself. Unfazed, she leaned in closer, hungry for more stories, determined to absorb every detail that could illuminate the legacy of the lighthouse keeper. As the fishermen continued their stories, Clara leaned closer, captivated by their tales of bravery and sacrifice linked to the lighthouse and its keeper. One of the younger fishermen chimed in, his voice buoyant, recounting a fateful night when the keeper's warning light saved their village from a mighty storm that had swept across the waves. "Without that light guiding us, we wouldn't have made it back," he said, his eyes shining with remembrance of the fear they felt battling the elements. Clara's heart raced. She felt a profound sense of duty to preserve these stories, recognizing their significance to her own heritage. She sensed a connection beyond the past, an urgent need to honor those whose lives had intertwined with the lighthouse's beacon. After taking notes, Clara asked the fishermen if they had any artifacts or mementos from the keeper's time, believing that tangible items could add depth to their discoveries. Their expressions shifted momentarily, a hint of sadness flickering as they spoke of items lost to time. But one fisherman retrieved a small, rusted piece of the lighthouse's original machinery from his bag, offering it to her as a token of their shared history. Clara reached out to accept the small, rusted piece of machinery, her fingers wrapping around the cold, textured metal, feeling the weight of its history in her palm. The fisherman explained that it had once been part of the mechanism that operated the light itself, a vital component in ensuring the beacon shone through the darkest nights. As Clara examined the piece, she could almost feel the presence of the lighthouse keeper, the man whose stories had resonated in the very walls of the lighthouse. Excitement surged within her. This artifact was a direct connection to the past, and she realized its importance in her quest to understand their shared heritage. "I'll take good care of it," she promised, her voice steady and sincere, touched by the opportunity to preserve a piece of history for future generations. The fishermen nodded approvingly, and Clara sensed a palpable shift in their attitudes. Her determination to honor their legacy began to resonate with them, strengthening her connection to the community. As Clara tucked the artifact safely into her bag, the conversation shifted, and the fisherman began sharing more intimate details about the keeper and his struggles. "Every storm he faced, he did it for us," said the older fisherman, his voice thick with emotion. He believed that Lighthouse stood as a guardian for every sailor on those treacherous nights. Clara listened closely, feeling the weight of their words as they painted a vivid image of loyalty and sacrifice intertwined with the light that guided their way. One of the younger fishermen added, "But he carried the burden of knowing that not every ship returned. That haunted him. It left a mark on all of us." Clara felt a pang of empathy. The lighthouse keeper was a man woven deeply into the fabric of their community, each soul he protected a part of his story. She realized that understanding the complexities of his life was essential to grasping the lighthouse's historical significance, fueling her determination to uncover more. This resonance transformed Clara's perception of her journey. It was no longer just a quest for knowledge, but a heartfelt exploration of legacy and community, revealing the interconnectedness of her own story to theirs. Taking a moment to absorb their stories, Clara felt a renewed sense of purpose wash over her. "It's crucial that we keep sharing these stories," she said, her voice steady and resolute. "The lighthouse keeper's legacy deserves to be remembered." The fisherman nodded, a murmur of agreement rippling through the group as they considered the weight of her words. One of them, the younger fisherman, chimed in, "You're right. It's easy to forget how these tales shape our lives and keep our community connected." Clara sensed an opportunity to foster a deeper connection. She suggested they organize a storytelling night at the local cafe, inviting everyone to share their experiences related to the lighthouse. Excitement sparked among the group. They began brainstorming ways to make the event meaningful, sharing ideas about what could be included. Clara smiled, feeling the warmth of camaraderie as they planned together. This collaborative spirit signaled a shift in her role within the community, transforming her from a solitary seeker into a vibrant connector of stories. As they continued their discussion, Clara's heart swelled with hope, recognizing that this was just the beginning of a collective journey toward rediscovering their shared history. As Clara prepared to leave the fishermen, the weight of their shared stories lingered in her heart, a reminder of her purpose. She promised to return with updates on their plans for the storytelling night, eliciting smiles and nods of anticipation from her newfound allies. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a golden hue over the waves, and Clara felt invigorated by the warmth, ready to embrace the next chapter of her adventure. Feeling inspired, she made her way back through the woods, the compass in her pocket reminding her of the connections she had forged that day. Clara couldn't help but reflect on how her journey was weaving the tapestry of her life with threads of history and legacy, bridging gaps between past and present. As she emerged from the trees and into the familiar sight of her bookshop, she felt emboldened, knowing that her path ahead was filled with meaningful possibilities waiting to unfold. Chapter 4, The Test of Trust. Clara awoke the next morning to the sound of rain pattering against her window, the melody a gentle reminder of the adventure that lay ahead. She stretched in bed, a sense of anticipation filling her, as she recalled the stories shared by the fishermen and the promise of the upcoming storytelling night. The rain created a cozy atmosphere, wrapping her in warmth while sparking her imagination about the connections waiting to be forged within the community. Clara quickly dressed, her mind racing through tasks she needed to prepare for the night's gathering. She moved with purpose, gathering books and notes to ensure she had everything she needed to share the lighthouse keeper's legacy and the collected stories. The day ahead felt infused with potential. Clara understood that this moment was pivotal, not just for herself, but for bringing the community together, and she was determined to make it memorable. Clara stepped into the shop, her heart racing with excitement as she prepared for the storytelling night. The air was thick with the scent of rain and books, a comforting blend that reminded her of the mission ahead. She turned on the lights, illuminating the cozy corners of the shop that had always felt like a sanctuary, now transformed into a community gathering space. Clara quickly checked the seating arrangement, ensuring there was enough space for everyone and a welcoming atmosphere. As she set out literature related to the lighthouse, books and artifacts from the past, she couldn't help but think of how these pieces connected them all. Every item carried a story, and Clara felt an urgency to weave those stories together, imagining how they would bring the community closer in the shared experience of remembering their history. As Clara finished arranging the space, the bell above the door chimed, signaling the arrival of the first few guests. Mrs. Jenkins stepped in, her eyes alight with enthusiasm, followed closely by a handful of locals who were eager to share their own stories. "Clara, this place looks incredible," Mrs. Jenkins exclaimed, her voice brimming with warmth and appreciation. Clara beamed at her, feeling a swell of pride in what they were creating together. "Thank you. I wanted to make it special for everyone." As more patrons trickled in, Clara noticed a mix of excitement and apprehension on some faces, recalling the hesitations expressed before. With each new arrival, Clara felt the atmosphere shift, an electric buzz of anticipation filling the air. Encouraging her visitors to mingle and share their own tales, she felt a deep sense of purpose swelling inside her, thrilled to witness the connections forming around shared histories. As Clara welcomed the attendees, she noticed a group of younger faces gathered at the edge of the crowd, curiosity shining in their eyes. She recognized them from the shop and felt a warmth in her heart, knowing how important it was to engage the next generation in their local stories. "Hey, everyone," Clara called, beckoning them closer. "I'd love to hear what you think about the Lighthouse stories. Who wants to share?" The students exchanged glances, a mix of excitement and nervousness, unsure if they should speak up in such a crowded room. One brave girl raised her hand shyly, and Clara smiled encouragingly. "Go ahead. Every voice matters here." The girl took a deep breath and began recounting the legend of the lighthouse keeper, her voice trembling but growing stronger with each word. Clara felt a swell of pride as the girl shared her thoughts, the gathering encouraging her to continue, and soon others joined in, adding their perspectives and stories. The energy in the room transformed as their shared history started to weave a rich tapestry of connection, reinforcing the idea that these tales belonged to everyone. Clara recognized the significance of fostering an inclusive environment, knowing that this gathering was more than just a sharing of stories. It was about building relationships that could strengthen their community. As the storytelling session unfolded, Clara noticed a flicker of uncertainty in the corner of the room where a few older townsfolk stood, whispering among themselves. Their expressions displayed a mix of skepticism and nostalgia, emotions that Clara recognized from her earlier interactions with the community. As the younger attendees grew more comfortable sharing their stories, Clara felt a responsibility to address the ambivalence from the older generation. She paused, drawing in a breath before addressing the crowd, her voice steady. "I want to acknowledge that these stories come with their complexities. We all have our own experiences tied to the lighthouse, both good and challenging." The murmurs in the corner faded, and some of the older attendees shifted, their eyes now focused on Clara. Clara continued, "What I hope we can do here tonight is create a space where every voice, young and old, matters. Together, we can honor the past while shaping our future." This acknowledgement slowly began to dissolve the distance between the generations in the room. As Clara spoke, she noticed the tension easing, recognizing that her transparency allowed for a more inclusive dialogue, fostering trust and connection. The realization dawned on her that building bridges within the community would only strengthen their shared narrative, propelling everyone forward. As the evening progressed, Clara felt the room transform into a tapestry of voices, each story weaving together the collective history of the lighthouse and its keeper. The younger attendees, empowered by Clara's encouragement, eagerly shared their interpretations and connections to the lighthouse's tales, creating a vibrant dialogue that energized the air around them. Clara's heart swelled with pride as she observed the older townsfolk beginning to join in, sharing their own memories that aligned with the younger generation's stories. She facilitated the discussion, guiding transitions between speakers and highlighting the importance of each anecdote, recognizing how sharing could heal old wounds. The atmosphere shifted from skepticism to collaboration, and Clara felt a renewed sense of belonging within this community, understanding that they were all part of the lighthouse's legacy. In this moment, Clara realized the gathering wasn't just about revisiting the past. It was a crucial step toward building a future tied to their shared experiences and interconnected stories. Chapter 5, Mending Bonds. The evening came to a close, and Clara stood at the entrance of the bookshop, watching as the last of the townsfolk departed, their laughter and chatter fading into the night. The warmth of the gathering lingered in her heart, reminding her of the connections forged and stories shared, but there was an undercurrent of uncertainty that she couldn't shake. As the door swung shut, Clara felt a moment of solitude settle in, and a wave of doubt washed over her. Did they truly believe in the importance of their shared history? She glanced around the shop, her eyes landing on the books that had always provided comfort and stability, yet now felt like a tether to a past she was ready to redefine. With the evening's energy still buzzing within her, Clara instinctively reached for her notebook, flipping through pages filled with ideas for future events and reflections from the stories she had heard. The weight of responsibility pressed heavy. She knew that with the newfound openness and connections came the challenge of sustaining that momentum beyond tonight's gathering. Clara sighed softly, the storm clouds stirring outside, serving as a reminder that change, like the weather, often brought uncertainty alongside new opportunities. Clara took a deep breath and decided to take a walk through the empty streets, hoping the fresh air would clear her mind and ease her anxieties. The rain had subsided, leaving behind glistening cobblestones that reflected the soft glow of the street lamps, creating an ethereal light through the night. As she walked, Clara replayed the moments from the gathering in her mind, pondering how she could maintain the connections they had forged. Her heart ached at the thought of disappointing the townsfolk. She felt a growing urgency to turn their excitement into tangible action, but doubts lingered, whispering fears of inadequacy. Clara paused near the lighthouse, its silhouette framed against the now clear sky, reminding her of the stories yet to be uncovered. Taking in the steadfast structure, she resolved to push through her uncertainties, knowing that the lighthouse held answers, and perhaps even the opportunity to unify those willing to embrace the stories of the past. As Clara wandered closer to the lighthouse, she noticed a flicker of movement out of the corner of her eye. A group of children played nearby, their laughter echoing through the air, a stark contrast to the weight that had settled on her shoulders. Feeling an unexpected surge of longing, Clara approached, her curiosity piqued by their unrestrained joy in the shadow of the lighthouse. "Hey, what are you all up to?" she called out, her voice catching their attention. One boy, with messy hair and bright eyes, grinned widely and held up a makeshift lantern made from a jar and a flickering candle. "We're pretending to be lighthouse keepers." The other children chimed in, weaving tales of adventures around ships lost at sea and treasures found along the coast, their imaginations igniting Clara's own sense of wonder. Listening to their stories, Clara felt a warmth spread through her. Their creativity reminded her of the importance of keeping these tales alive and how vital they were to the community. She realized that these children held the key to the future, and it was her responsibility to ensure they understood the legacy of the lighthouse, igniting a sense of duty within her. As Clara interacted with the children, she began to share her own memories, recounting stories of the lighthouse keeper and the nights spent listening to her grandmother's tales. The children listened intently, their eyes wide with wonder, captivated by the idea that the lighthouse was not just a structure, but a guardian watching over sailors and guiding them home. One girl piped up, "Did he really save people? What happened to the ships?" Clara smiled, embracing their curiosity. Yes, he did. Many nights were filled with storms, and his light was a beacon of hope for those lost at sea. The children responded with gasps, their imaginations ignited, and Clara could feel her heart swell with excitement every time they asked more questions. For a brief moment, she forgot about her earlier doubts and fears, immersed in the enchantment of storytelling and the joy of sharing knowledge. Realizing how vital these stories were for the next generation, Clara felt reinforced in her resolve to ensure the community's history and legacy continued to thrive through them. As the children clamored for more stories, Clara felt a sense of fulfillment wash over her. The energy in the group was infectious, reminding her of the joy and wonder she had experienced as a child listening to those same tales. Suddenly, Clara noticed the older townsfolk watching from a distance, their expressions shifting from skepticism to curiosity as they witnessed the bond forming between her and the younger generation. A familiar face from the crowd, Mr. Thompson, approached, his brow furrowed as he observed Clara's interaction. "You're doing a fine job, Clara," he said, his tone more approving than before. "But be careful, the stories of the keeper aren't all just fairy tales." Clara turned to him, seeing an opportunity for dialogue. "I understand that, Mr. Thompson, but sharing these stories inspires curiosity and connection, which are just as important." He nodded, considering her words, the flicker of a smile dancing on his lips. Clara felt the momentum shift, recognizing that meaningful relationships were beginning to sprout, rooted in the shared history and collective aspirations of the community. After sharing the stories, Clara gathered the children around her, knowing their enthusiasm needed to be directed towards something tangible. She proposed they create a mural on the outer wall of the bookshop, depicting the lighthouse and the keeper's stories, inviting the children to contribute their artistic interpretations. Excited chatter erupted among the kids as they discussed colors, designs, and the elements they wanted to include. Clara watched as they sketched ideas in the dirt, their creativity flowing freely, filling her with a sense of hope for the future of their community. Mr. Thompson approached again, this time with a glimmer of approval in his eyes. "You're building something important here, Clara. Stories like these should be honored." Feeling bolstered by his support and the children's excitement, Clara realized this project could bind the community tighter together and inspire future generations to explore their heritage. With a newfound sense of purpose, Clara set a date for their mural creation day, ready to channel their energy into a project that celebrated their shared history. Chapter 6, Mobilizing for Discovery. The sun rose brightly the following morning, casting a golden glow over the village as Clara prepared for the mural project that had ignited so much excitement. She arrived at the bookshop early, eager to set up and transform the space for creativity that awaited her young artists. Clara laid out an array of paints, brushes, and large sheets of butcher paper, envisioning how the mural would come to life through the children's hands. As the minutes ticked by, the anticipation grew. She could already hear the sound of laughter and chatter from the children as they gathered in front of the shop. Excited voices filled the air as the group of kids arrived, each one clutching their supplies and colorful ideas ready to share. Clara welcomed them warmly, her enthusiasm infectious as she outlined their plans for the day, encouraging everyone to express themselves freely on the mural. The atmosphere buzzed with potential, a palpable sense of community energy being woven into the fabric of the project ahead. As the children settled around the easel outside, Clara watched with a sense of joy as they began discussing their ideas for the mural. One child, a girl with bright red pigtails, suggested drawing the lighthouse shining brightly against a stormy sky, capturing the essence of the keeper's bravery. Inspired, another child chimed in, envisioning ships sailing smoothly because of the lighthouse's guiding light, while others contributed their own imaginative elements. Clara took a step back, feeling a swell of pride as she observed their creativity blossom, each child building on the other's ideas, weaving their individual visions into a collective narrative. She gently encouraged them to think about how each detail could tie into the stories they had shared, guiding them while allowing their imaginations the freedom to flow. The collaboration ignited their passion, and Clara felt the community spirit rise around her, realizing that this mural would not only depict art, but also immortalize their shared history. As the children set to work, Clara moved among them, offering guidance and encouragement while observing the unique styles each child brought to the mural. She noticed the way their personalities emerged through their art. One boy painted bold strokes, while a quieter girl delicately layered her colors, creating a softer depiction of the lighthouse. Clara felt a sense of fulfillment, recognizing how each brushstroke reflected not just their individuality, but also the collective spirit of the community they were celebrating. Amidst the creative chaos, Clara overheard snippets of conversation, laughter mingling with discussions about what the lighthouse meant to each of them, deepening the personal connection to their work. Yet, as the mural progressed, Clara also sensed a flicker of doubt from some of the kids, moments of hesitation where they worried their contributions might not be good enough. Kneeling beside the hesitant participants, Clara gently reminded them, "Every part of this mural tells a story. Your story matters here." Her reassurance sparked newfound resolve in the children, motivating them to embrace their creativity, fostering an atmosphere where everyone felt valued. As the morning wore on, the vibrant colors of the mural began to take shape, each brushstroke transforming the wall into a canvas of stories and dreams. Clara stepped back to admire their progress, feeling a swell of pride as she recognized how far they had come together in such a short time. However, she noticed that some children, particularly shy ones, began to drift towards the edges, their enthusiasm waning as they watched the more confident artists flourish. Determined not to let any child feel left out, Clara approached them with a smile, kneeling to their level. "What do you think we can add to make this even more special?" she asked gently. One boy hesitated, then whispered an idea about adding a rainbow in the sky, causing Clara to nod in agreement. "That's a beautiful addition. Let's work together on it." As she invited them to join her, Clara felt the power of inclusivity. This moment was not just about art, but about reinforcing the bonds among the children and their connections to the lighthouse. Encouraged, the shy children stepped forward, eager to contribute, their determination ignited by Clara's warmth and understanding. In that moment, Clara realized her role extended beyond being a guide. She was a catalyst for fostering confidence and creativity within each child, helping them see the value of their contributions. As Clara and the children added the rainbow to the mural, laughter and chatter filled the air, blending together in a harmonious symphony of creativity. The vibrant arc soon became a focal point, bridging the bright facade of the lighthouse with the lively energy of the kids' imaginations, each color telling its own story. Clara felt exhilarated, watching as the children began to take ownership of their contributions, clamoring to add more details to their individual sections of the mural. But amidst the excitement, Clara noticed some parents arriving to check on their children. Their initial expressions, filled with curiosity, turned to surprise as they took in the work in progress. One mother leaned in, eyes wide, asking Clara about the project and how it had come together so beautifully. Clara invited her to join them, explaining the importance of including the next generation in the town's history, inviting her to add her own touches to the mural. As the parents began to engage, Clara felt a rush of joy at how the project was connecting not just the children but entire families, knitting the community closer together through shared history and art. In that moment, she realized that this mural was not merely about expression. It was a beacon of unity and a celebration of their collective legacy, marking a pivotal shift in the town's connection to its past. As the mural began to take shape, Clara stepped back to observe the transformation happening not just on the wall, but within the hearts of those gathered. Children poured their creativity onto the surfaces. Their joyful expressions reflected the colors they splashed with wild abandon. Parents joined in, laughing and sharing stories of their own childhoods, reminiscing about what the lighthouse meant to them as they picked up brushes and added their touches. Clara moved among them, offering encouragement, drawing out stories that wove their community together. "Every stroke tells a story," she said to a young girl brushing bright blue onto the canvas, her eyes sparkling with inspiration. "Your part matters just as much as anyone else's." With each interaction, Clara felt a deepening sense of connection to the community. These shared experiences forged a stronger bond as they collectively created something meaningful. As the sun began to set, casting a warm halo around the lighthouse, Clara marveled at how this project not only celebrated history, but also strengthened relationships, setting the foundation for a vibrant future filled with stories yet to unfold. Chapter 7, Forging Alliances. As the sun rose over the lighthouse the following morning, Clara awoke with a renewed sense of purpose, the events of the previous day still fresh in her mind. She stretched and smiled, recalling the laughter and creativity that had filled the air while they painted the mural together. Determined to build on the momentum, Clara brewed a cup of tea and rifled through her notes from the gathering, eager to plan their next steps for exploring the lighthouse further. The familiar smell of coffee and paper settled around her as she envisioned what she wanted to achieve, encouraging more community involvement in their stories and experiences tied to the lighthouse. Clara knew that to maintain the energy, she would need to harness the excitement and turn it into actionable plans, and she felt an adrenaline rush at the thought. Setting her cup down, Clara quickly jotted down ideas, contemplating how to weave in the tales of the past with the present to ensure their legacy as a community thrived. With a determined spirit, Clara gathered her materials and headed to the community center, eager to share her ideas and plans for the next steps in their exploration. As she walked, she noticed townsfolk going about their morning routines, all seeming more engaged, perhaps due to the buzz generated by the storytelling night. Upon arriving at the center, she finds Finn chatting with a few locals, using his charm to draw them into discussions about the lighthouse's importance. Clara approached, smiling as she joined them, intuitively sensing this was an opportunity to rally support for their exploration and ongoing efforts. "Hey everyone, I've been thinking about how we can build on last night's energy," she said, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Finn turned to her, intrigued, as Clara proposed organizing a community cleanup and exploration day at the lighthouse, inviting everyone to contribute their stories and efforts. The group around her began to murmur with excitement, and Clara could feel the momentum shifting as she ignited their collective interest, ready to take the first steps toward a shared mission. As the idea hung in the air, Clara noticed a few skeptical expressions among the crowd, particularly from a couple of older townsfolk who seemed hesitant about her enthusiastic proposal. One elder, Mr. Thompson, raised an eyebrow, his voice steady as he asked, "What's the point of cleaning up if the lighthouse holds nothing but pain from the past?" Clara met his gaze, feeling an urge to defend her vision. "The point is to honor the stories we've heard and to preserve the history that shapes our community. It's about reclaiming the lighthouse as a symbol of hope." The group paused, torn between lingering fears and Clara's excitement. Finn stepped in, sensing the tension, and backed Clara's perspective, sharing his own positive memories tied to the lighthouse and the importance of preserving that legacy for future generations. Clara felt the weight of the moment. Their voices needed to blend into a unified call to action. Her words began to resonate, stirring a mix of motivation and nostalgia among the townsfolk, leaving Clara determined to bridge the gap and reinforce their commitment to uncovering the lighthouse's true meaning. Clara continued to engage the townsfolk, her voice steady as she shared her vision for the cleanup and exploration day at the lighthouse. "Think of it as a chance to rediscover what the lighthouse means to us," she urged, her enthusiasm contagious as she painted a vivid picture of laughter, storytelling, and community togetherness. Some of the older residents exchanged glances, their skepticism slowly giving way to curiosity as the potential for connection began to take shape. Clara felt a sense of determination grow within her as she pressed on, recounting tales of resilience associated with the lighthouse, reminding everyone of the times it had guided travelers safely home. One of the younger residents chimed in, "It could be a great way to bring the community together. We all have stories." Feeling the shift in energy, Clara encouraged everyone to share their own connections, building on the idea that this event could become a collective celebration instead of a somber recollection of the past. This interaction revealed Clara's ability to navigate complex emotions, her growing confidence allowing her to rally diverse perspectives toward a shared goal and bridging gaps within the community. As the discussion thrived, Clara sensed a hopeful energy filling the room. The townsfolk were beginning to unite around a shared purpose. However, a few individuals still voiced concerns, particularly about the risks of engaging with the lighthouse's history, fearing it would awaken old wounds. "Are we really ready to confront what lies there?" one older woman asked, her expression somber and cautious, revealing the deep-seated fear that persisted among some residents. Clara paused, understanding the significance of those words, acknowledging the pain tied to their past. "I know it's daunting," she replied softly, "but facing our history together can help us heal. We have an opportunity to reclaim this space and its stories, creating a brighter future for our community." Her words seemed to resonate, sparking further dialogue as others chimed in with thoughts and experiences, illustrating the complexity of their feelings toward the lighthouse. Clara felt the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders, recognizing that her leadership was vital in navigating these conversations. In this moment, Clara's awareness of the diverse opinions around her allowed her to adapt her approach, actively engaging everyone in the collective journey toward understanding and unity. With a renewed sense of determination, Clara proposed they set a date for the cleanup and exploration, encouraging everyone to participate in whatever way they could. The room buzzed with energy as people began to discuss who would bring what supplies, excitedly sharing ideas about the resources they could gather together. Clara felt an electric atmosphere. Her heart swelled as she witnessed the community rallying around a shared vision, the earlier doubts dissipating in the excitement of collaboration. She turned to Sam, her eyes sparkling. "This is what I hoped for. Look at how everyone is coming together." As they worked to finalize plans, Clara handed out sheets with details about the event, encouraging everyone to spread the word and invite their families. The laughter and jovial banter filled the air, strengthening the connections between neighbors who hadn't interacted much before. In that vibrant moment, Clara realized the mural and gathering were just the beginning. They had forged a path toward a cohesive future, driven by shared stories and a sense of belonging. Chapter 8, A Crucial Decision. The day of the cleanup and exploration arrived, and Clara stood outside the lighthouse, heart pounding with a mix of excitement and anxiety as people gathered around her. The sun shone brightly, casting a warm glow on the weathered structure that loomed behind them, an emblem of stories waiting to be uncovered. Clara felt a rush of pride as volunteers began to arrive, each person carrying tools, supplies, and an eagerness to contribute to the mission they had collectively embraced. She moved among the crowd, greeting familiar faces, the fishermen, families, and even skeptics from earlier conversations, now united in their determination to honor the lighthouse's history. As she set up a central meeting point, Clara noticed some children, their enthusiasm palpable, already energetically discussing their ideas for the day. This vibrant energy fueled Clara's resolve. She understood that today wasn't just about cleaning. It was about bringing the community together, rekindling connections, and facing their shared past as one. As the volunteers assembled, Clara stood at the forefront, her heart swelling with gratitude as she surveyed the diverse group, ready to take action. She began by outlining the plan, explaining the importance of each task, from clearing debris around the lighthouse to cataloging artifacts discovered during their exploration. "Let's work together to make this place shine," she said, her voice ringing with enthusiasm. "Every effort counts and will help us honor the keeper's legacy." Sam jumped in, assigning teams based on their interests and skills, emphasizing the value of working together to achieve their shared goals. Clara watched as people began to take up their roles, some tying ropes around fallen branches, while others gathered tools for the cleanup, the atmosphere becoming charged with purpose. She felt a sense of unity blossoming among them, reaffirming her belief in the power of collective effort to rebuild their connection with history and each other. As the cleanup efforts began, Clara noticed a few hesitant faces lingering at the edge of the group, unsure about diving into the tasks ahead. One of the older townsfolk, a man named Harold, approached her with a furrowed brow, expressing concerns about the potential risks involved in climbing around the lighthouse structure. "Clara, it's a bit unstable up there. Are you sure this is the best idea? People could get hurt," he cautioned, his tone filled with genuine worry. Clara paused, recognizing the validity in his words as she looked toward the lighthouse, feeling the weight of the situation pressing down on her. "I understand your concerns, Harold. Safety is our priority," she replied earnestly, meeting his gaze. "But we are all working together, and I believe we can support each other through this process." She suggested several safety measures, like having someone on the ground to assist those climbing and agreeing to take breaks if necessary. As she addressed the worries that were being shared, Clara felt the atmosphere shift, the tensions easing as she demonstrated her willingness to listen and adapt their approach for everyone's comfort. This interaction reinforced Clara's growth as she navigated the balance between ambition and responsibility, reassuring her allies that their well-being was paramount. Clara felt the weight of Harold's concerns as she gathered the group together to discuss safety protocols before they moved forward with their plans. "We need to ensure everyone is aware of their surroundings," she said, her tone firm yet encouraging. "Let's pair up and keep communication open as we work. It's vital that we look out for one another." Sam nodded, echoing her sentiments, emphasizing the importance of teamwork while carefully distributing ropes and safety gear among the group. As they prepared to tackle the initial tasks, Clara noticed the dividers between those who were more enthusiastic and those who remained cautious but were willing to step up. Seeing the mixture of confidence and hesitance, Clara called on another ally, Mia, to share her experiences with previous lighthouse renovations, trusting that her insights would reassure the group. Mia's presence bridged the gap, encouraging those still feeling unsure, and Clara felt a sense of relief wash over her. They were collectively moving toward a common goal despite the initial friction. This collaborative spirit inspired Clara. She recognized that their diverse strengths allowed for adaptability, fostering an environment where everyone felt empowered to contribute safely. With everyone finally gathered and organized, Clara felt a surge of confidence radiate through her as they prepared to start their work. She divided the teams strategically, ensuring that each person was in a position where they could contribute effectively to the project, reinforcing the importance of collaboration. As the group broke off to tackle their assigned tasks, Clara circulated, checking in with each team, offering encouragement and addressing concerns that surfaced. She noticed that as the work progressed, some team members began to thrive in their roles. Mia, for instance, led a group in documenting their findings about the lighthouse's history, her passion infectious. Yet there were also hesitations lingering, particularly from those who felt uneasy about the physical work ahead. And Clara took the time to connect with them, reassuring them that their voices mattered. With each interaction, Clara's resolve strengthened. She actively encouraged everyone to share ideas and seek help if needed, creating an atmosphere that was open and supportive. This environment fostered a renewed sense of belonging. Clara realized that her leadership was not just about directing actions, but cultivating trust and collaboration, which would be crucial as they faced the challenges ahead. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the lighthouse, Clara felt a sense of accomplishment wash over her as she surveyed their progress. The area around the lighthouse had transformed. Debris had been cleared, and the promise of a revitalized space was becoming tangible. Clara gathered everyone together for a quick debrief, feeling the camaraderie strengthen among the group as they shared stories and laughter over their day's efforts. She highlighted the importance of their hard work in preserving the lighthouse's legacy, emphasizing the significant strides they had made as a united front. However, as they reflected on the day, Clara sensed an underlying tension. Some team members, particularly those who had struggled earlier, still appeared uncertain about the upcoming challenges. Determined to ease their concerns, Clara reminded them of the successes they experienced collectively, encouraging them to harness that energy as they prepared for the next steps. With a renewed spirit, Clara recognized that their journey was far from over, yet they had forged a path rooted in trust and collaboration, ready to face whatever awaited them ahead. Chapter 9, Navigating Trust. The following morning, Clara stood at the bookshop's entrance, the bright sunlight pouring in and reflecting the energy of the day ahead. She felt a blend of excitement and apprehension as she prepared to tackle the next phase of their mission, the recent cleanup fueling her enthusiasm. Before she opened the door, she took a moment to reflect on the connections forged during the gathering. The atmosphere was ripe with new possibilities. As the bell rang sweetly above her head, Clara set to work organizing the shop, her mind racing with thoughts about their upcoming exploration. The familiar tasks felt different today. Each book she arranged reminded her of the stories they had shared, and she felt a renewed purpose in discussing tomorrow's plan with her team. However, as she worked, Clara couldn't shake off a sense of unease, recalling the whispered doubts from a few townsfolk about the risks inherently tied to delving deeper into the lighthouse's secrets. As the day unfolded, Clara decided to reach out to Finn to ensure that he would join them for their exploration of the lighthouse. She picked up her phone, fingers hovering over the keys as she composed a message, detailing the time and place and inviting him to share his insights during the visit. Just as she hit send, a knock came at the door, and Clara turned to see Mia entering with a stack of books, her expression thoughtful. "Hey, Clara! I thought I'd help you organize these before the big day," Mia said, setting the books down with a smile. Clara felt a rush of warmth at Mia's gesture, thankful for the support as they prepared for the upcoming exploration. "Thanks, Mia. I was actually just reaching out to Finn. I think having him with us will help, especially considering the new locations we want to investigate." Mia nodded, her brow furrowing slightly. "I agree, but are you sure we're ready for what we might find? There are still some whispers about dangers tied to the lighthouse." Clara felt a flicker of doubt creep in, but pushed it aside. "We've prepared as best as we can, and having Finn's expertise can only help us navigate those concerns better." Mia hesitated before responding, and Clara sensed that her apprehensions echoed the sentiment of others in the community, prompting her to confront those fears directly. "Let's focus on what we learn and discover together," Clara said firmly, feeling the weight of her evolving leadership as she reaffirmed her commitment to the mission. As Clara and Mia continued sorting books, the conversation turned to the pending exploration, and Clara sensed some hesitance lingering in the air. Mia paused, looking at Clara with a mixture of concern and determination. I just want to make sure we're prepared for anything. What happens if we find something we're not ready for? Clara felt a swell of responsibility. She knew the risks involved, but didn't want to dampen the excitement building among the team. You're right to think about this, Clara replied, her tone earnest. But I believe we can handle whatever comes our way. We have each other's backs. Mia nodded, but her unease remained, reflecting the doubts Clara sometimes felt herself when imagining the deeper secrets of the lighthouse. Just then, Sam walked in, catching the tail end of their conversation. Hey, what's with the serious faces? He asked lightheartedly, trying to lift the mood. We're just making sure we're prepared for anything, Clara explained, sensing an opportunity to address their concerns positively. Good call, Sam said, leaning against the counter. But remember, we've faced challenges before and come out stronger. We got this. Clara felt a renewed sense of confidence. Sam's encouragement only solidified her determination to lead the team through the uncertainty ahead. They gathered the final books and made plans for their expedition, as Clara realized that facing these challenges collectively could help them grow both as individuals and as a team. Clara's thoughts continued to swirl as they finished organizing the last of the books, her mind racing with the weight of their upcoming adventure. As she looked out the window, she spotted the lighthouse standing tall against the vibrant blue sky, its silhouette a constant reminder of the mystery that awaited them. Clara? Mia's voice broke through her reverie, pulling her back to the moment. What if we encounter resistance from the townsfolk again? We could lose support. Clara turned to her, understanding the undercurrents of fear stirring within their group. I think they'll be more receptive now that we've shown them our dedication. But what if fear holds them back? Mia pressed, her expression earnest as she searched for assurance. Taking a deep breath, Clara replied, We'll have to address their fears directly and show them the value of what we're doing. That's part of our mission, too. In that moment, Clara realized that their journey wasn't solely about uncovering history. It was also about transforming perceptions and building trust within the community. She felt a surge of determination, ready to share her vision with others and willing to face the challenges that came with fostering understanding and collaboration. With that thought anchored in her heart, Clara prepared herself for the day ahead, embracing the wind of determination stirring within her and her commitment to making their mission a success. As Clara and her team wrapped up their preparations for the expedition, she felt a mix of excitement and apprehension as they approached the lighthouse. The sun had risen high, casting a bright light that illuminated the path ahead, yet uncertainty lingered in the air, palpable among her allies. Clara paused, glancing back at her team, sensing the undercurrent of tension and questioning floating among the group. Remember, she said, her voice steadying, we're not just here to dig up old stories. We're here to honor the past and ensure it informs our future. A few heads nodded, but Clara could see doubt still flickering in some eyes, especially among the more cautious team members. With determination, she turned to Sam, who had been quiet. What do you think? Are we ready? He met her gaze and smiled, infusing Clara with renewed hope. We've prepared for this. We're stronger together, no matter what we find. Clara felt reassured, the exchange reinforcing her confidence as a leader who could navigate through obstacles and uncertainties. As they stepped forward, a sense of camaraderie filled the space, and Clara understood that while challenges might lie ahead, they would tackle them united, ready to take their shared mission forward. With hearts racing, Clara and the team finally approached the towering lighthouse, its historic structure looming boldly against the clear sky. As they neared the entrance, Clara felt a rush of energy coursing through her veins, mixing anticipation with the weight of responsibility for her team's safety and expectations. Stay alert, Clara called out, her voice steady but filled with urgency, reminding everyone to remain focused as they prepared to enter. She glanced back at Sam, who gave her an encouraging nod, reinforcing her belief in their mission and the unity of the group. Pausing at the door, Clara took a deep breath, feeling the cool air swirl around her, prompting a final moment of reflection on how far they had come together. With a firm grip on the doorknob, she pushed the door open, revealing a dimly lit interior filled with the scent of aged wood and salt. This marked the beginning of another adventure, and Clara felt a surge of confidence as she stepped into the unknown, ready to uncover the mysteries waiting inside. Chapter 10: Unlocking Potential. As Clara stepped into the lighthouse, the sound of the door creaking behind her echoed through the dimly lit space, sending a thrill down her spine. The air was cool and heavy with the scent of salt and aged wood, a reminder of the countless storms the structure had weathered. Her flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing peeling paint and dust-covered surfaces that whispered stories of the past. Clara felt the weight of history pressing in around her. She remembered the tales she had heard and felt a renewed determination to unearth the hidden truths of the lighthouse. As she moved deeper into the room, her heart raced with both excitement and trepidation, each step taking her further into the unknown. With every detail she observed, the old lanterns hanging from the ceiling and the worn steps leading upward, Clara understood that this was only the beginning of their journey, and the mysteries of the lighthouse awaited her probing curiosity. Clara focused her attention on the layout of the room, scanning the walls adorned with faded maps and weathered photographs of the lighthouse in its glory days. She moved toward an old desk pushed against the far wall, its surface cluttered with papers and belongings left behind, artifacts of a life dedicated to guiding sailors home. As she sifted through the scattered documents, Clara's excitement grew. Her fingers brushed against a collection of papers detailing the lighthouse's construction and maintenance over the years. One particular document caught her eye, a handwritten note from the keeper himself that spoke of his hopes and fears regarding the shifting sea and its impact on both his duties and the town. Clara's heart raced as she realized the personal nature of the note. It wasn't just historical data, but a glimpse into the soul of a man who had devoted his life to protecting others. Feeling a connection to the keeper, she jotted down thoughts in her notebook, deciding how to weave this newfound information into the story she planned to share with the community. With each piece of knowledge she gathered, Clara felt her resolve to honor the keeper legacy deepening, further solidifying her commitment to uncovering and preserving the lighthouse's history. As Clara continued to sift through the desk's contents, she felt a moment of hesitation when she stumbled upon a delicate, dust-covered journal nestled in a corner. Opening it carefully, she noticed the page edges were frayed and the ink had faded over time, but the words still held a haunting clarity. The journal detailed the lighthouse keeper's daily life, the storms he faced, the ships that passed, and the constant battle against the encroaching sea that threatened everything he cherished. Clara's heart raced as she read, feeling not only the weight of the words, but also the keeper's profound dedication to keeping others safe. With every turn of the page, she could sense his fears and triumphs, as if he were sharing his spirit with her directly, and urging her to continue his legacy. Clara was struck by the depth of his experiences. She knew these stories would resonate with the community and capture the imagination of anyone who heard them. This realization only fueled her desire to navigate the complexities of the lighthouse's past, knowing that she was now part of its ongoing narrative. As Clara absorbed the contents of the journal, a sudden sound caused her to freeze, the echo of footsteps resonating in the hallway outside. Her heart began to race again, a wave of anxiety washing over her as she realized they were not alone in the lighthouse. Quickly, she tucked the journal into her bag, determined to protect their findings while staying alert to the unfolding situation. With Sam by her side, Clara nudged him to listen as the footsteps drew closer, her instincts kicking in as she sensed they needed to be cautious. "Stay quiet and let's see who it is," she whispered, her senses heightened as they pressed themselves against the wall. As the door creaked open, Clara felt a mix of apprehension and determination. They had come too far to let fear dictate their actions. The moment crystallized her resolve. She understood that confronting whatever lay beyond the door would test their newfound courage and the bonds they had built. As the door swung open, Clara's breath caught in her throat. In the doorway stood a figure cloaked in shadows, whose familiarity sent a jolt of recognition through her. It was Mara, a local whose family had long been tied to the lighthouse, but her appearance now felt unsettling, fraught with unspoken tension. Mara stepped into the room, her eyes narrowing as they met Clara's. A guarded expression settled on her face. "What are you doing here?" she asked, her tone sharp and defensive. Clara felt the weight of her presence. This was the last person she expected to see at this moment. "We're exploring the lighthouse and gathering stories," Clara replied, trying to keep her voice steady despite the uncertainty swirling within her. Mara folded her arms, skepticism etched across her features. "You think you can just waltz in and unearth every secret without understanding the danger?" Clara took a step forward, determined to assert herself. "We need to understand our history, even the dangerous parts. This lighthouse holds answers for our community." Mara hesitated, the air thick with tension as Clara sensed the hidden fears lurking beneath Mara's challenges, a reminder that their journey was filled with complexities. In that moment, Clara realized that confronting Mara was crucial, not only for her mission, but to bridge the divide between them and address the shadows of the past. Clara could feel her heart pounding in her chest as the silence stretched between her and Mara, each second weighted with unspoken fears and unresolved tensions. "Dangerous?" Clara echoed, her voice steady. "Is that what you think this is? A reckless hunt for stories?" Mara looked conflicted, her resolve wavering as she glanced around the room, taking in the remnants of history that surrounded them. "It's not just stories, Clara. It's the lives that were affected, the pain that came with that light. You can't ignore the shadows." Clara took a moment, absorbing Mara's words and the gravity they carried. She understood that for some, this wasn't merely about history, it was deeply personal. "We're not ignoring anything," Clara replied earnestly. "We want to honor the past and understand it, to learn how it shapes us. That's why we're here." Mara's expression softened slightly, the tension in her shoulders easing just a fraction. "It's just, what if you uncover something that's better left buried?" Clara moved closer, bridging the gap between them. "I want to do this together. Bring those stories to light. Share any burdens you carry. We can't heal without understanding, right?" The bond formed in that moment, a tentative alliance crafted from shared experiences. Clara realized that addressing these fears together could reshape their future, fostering the very connection she sought to build. With a newfound respect in her gaze, Mara finally nodded, offering her cooperation, signaling that perhaps they could face the struggles of the past, hand in hand. Chapter 11, A Stand for Truth. Clara awoke early the next morning, the light filtering through her window, illuminating her desk, cluttered with notes and sketches of ideas for the upcoming community event. The excitement of yesterday's revelations and newfound alliances still stirred within her, filling her with a sense of purpose as she prepared for the day ahead. She quickly gathered her notes, reviewing the plans to incorporate stories from the townspeople into the gathering by the lighthouse, ensuring every voice would be heard. As she moved through her morning routine, Clara felt a sense of transformation. The once familiar sounds of her shop now evoked a deeper connection, reminding her of the stories waiting to be shared. Heading out the door, she paused for a moment, taking in the atmosphere of her surroundings, now infused with a newfound vibrancy. With determination, Clara set off to meet with the townsfolk, ready to engage them in their shared journey, one built not just on history, but on collaboration and understanding. Clara arrived at the community center, her heart thrumming with anticipation as she pushed open the door and stepped into the busy hall. The air buzzed with conversation as townsfolk gathered, displaying an enthusiasm that warmed Clara's spirit, making her feel a part of something significant. She quickly scanned the room, noticing familiar faces, people she had met during the storytelling night, all eager to contribute to the preparations. With purpose, Clara approached a group huddled around a table covered in supplies, including paint, brushes, and various materials for the event. "Hey everyone, I'm so glad to see you all here. Let's talk about fun ways we can celebrate our history and the stories we've uncovered," she said, her voice animated. The group responded with cheers and suggestions, and Clara felt the adrenaline surge as ideas flowed freely, the energy in the room palpable. This collaborative spirit ignited Clara's resolve. She realized that this was not only a gathering moment, but also a powerful reflection of how they could shape the community's understanding and connection to their past. As the group brainstormed ideas, Clara noticed Mr. Thompson lingering at the edge of the room, his expression contemplative and distant. Determined to engage him, Clara approached, her heart racing slightly at the thought of addressing his doubts from before. "Mr. Thompson, what do you think about our plans for the community event?" she asked, her voice warm and inviting. He looked up, somewhat surprised, and shrugged slightly. "I suppose it sounds nice, but I worry about whether the community will really embrace these stories. Some prefer to keep the past buried." Clara could feel his concern weighing heavily in the air, and she took a moment before responding, eager to bridge the gap between them. "I understand, but isn't it our responsibility to remember and honor those who came before us?" she replied, her determination shining through. "These stories connect us to our roots and help us understand each other better." A flicker of uncertainty crossed Mr. Thompson's face, and Clara sensed a crack in his defenses, urging her to continue. "I believe that sharing these tales can help heal old wounds and strengthen our community," she added, hoping to inspire him to see the potential for change. Their conversation opened doors, and Clara felt a rush of gratitude as she recognized the growing connection, knowing that with every dialogue, they were forging a closer bond in their shared journey. Clara returned to the group, feeling a renewed sense of purpose after her conversation with Mr. Thompson. She shared her reflections on the importance of community, explaining how embracing their history could foster connections and pave the way for a stronger future. "Every story holds value, even the difficult ones," Clara said, her voice resonant with conviction. "By facing our past, we can learn, grow, and truly honor the lives that have shaped our community." The atmosphere shifted as townsfolk began to nod in agreement, their earlier skepticism dissipating in the face of Clara's perspective. One of the younger members of the group stepped forward, inspired by Clara's passion, and added, "If we create a space where everyone can share, we might uncover new stories we never knew existed." Clara smiled, recognizing how their collaborative spirit was transforming the narrative as they prepared for the event. She felt energized by the budding enthusiasm, knowing that her efforts to foster dialogue and connection were beginning to take root. These moments underscored Clara's growth, reinforcing her belief that their shared history could unify the community and spark a new chapter in their legacy. As discussions continued to flourish, Clara noticed a few familiar faces entering the community center, a mix of excitement and apprehension evident in their expressions. She greeted them warmly, inviting them to share their thoughts and stories about the lighthouse, hoping to ignite a spark of participation within the larger gathering. One elder, a woman named Edie, cautiously stepped forward, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. "I've lived here all my life, but there are things about the lighthouse I never wanted to revisit." Clara felt a pang of empathy. She understood that addressing difficult memories could be daunting, but also necessary for healing. "Thank you for sharing that, Edie," Clara responded gently. "What if we focus on the solidarity that comes from sharing those stories? We can create a space for healing together." The other townsfolk exchanged glances, murmurs of contemplation swirling among them, and Clara sensed the shift occurring in the room. Edie smiled faintly, her shoulders relaxing slightly, and Clara could see that the prospect of expressing herself in a supportive environment resonated with her. This exchange became a pivotal moment, illustrating how Clara's leadership was beginning to foster trust, encouraging not just participation, but also a willingness to confront the past and embrace connectedness. As the conversation continued to flow, Clara felt a surge of optimism coursing through her veins, watching the townsfolk engage more openly with one another. The energy in the room shifted from caution to enthusiasm, with individuals sharing laughter and stories that wove together the fabric of their community's history. Clara glanced around, taking in the smiles and animated expressions on her neighbors' faces, feeling the warmth of connection blossoming among them. "Why don't we suggest a few ideas for the gathering?" Sam prompted, his excitement evident as he encouraged everyone to brainstorm. With Clara's guidance, they began to define the structure of the event, bouncing ideas back and forth about the types of stories and activities they could include. As they collaborated, Clara noted how the participation of even the more reserved members grew. Edie began to share her insights, instilling a sense of camaraderie that filled the room. Clara realized that this was more than just an event. It was a vital step toward healing and unity, reinforcing her belief that their shared history could help solidify their place as a resilient community. Chapter 12: Consequences of Conflict. As the day of the community gathering approached, Clara woke early, a sense of excitement pinging in her chest as she prepared for the event. The morning light streamed through her window, illuminating her notes scattered across the desk, each page reflecting her dedication to their mission. Clara set to work, assembling everything they would need: posters with details about the gathering, a collection of artifacts to display, and stories to share. She felt a rush of purpose as she organized the items, mentally rehearsing her introduction. She wanted to capture the hearts of everyone attending. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts, and she opened it to find Sam, carrying a box filled with colorful decorations to lighten the atmosphere. "Ready to make this place shine for tonight?" he asked, a broad smile on his face, filling Clara with warmth and anticipation. Clara nodded vigorously, feeling the energy shift as they began to work side by side, fully committed to making the gathering a memorable celebration of shared history and community. As Clara and Sam worked together, they transformed the community center into a vibrant space, filled with colors and warm decorations that echoed the spirit of the lighthouse. Clara arranged the artifacts on display tables, carefully placing each piece with a sense of reverence and intention, honoring the stories they represented. Sam hung bright banners that read, "Celebrating Our History," their cheerful colors contrasting against the backdrop of the historical hall, invigorating Clara's spirit. "Look at this place. It's going to be amazing," Sam said, stepping back to admire their progress, his enthusiasm infectious. In the corner, Clara noticed a group of children quietly preparing a small stage for storytelling, their laughter breaking through the air as they hung up drawings inspired by the lighthouse. This scene filled Clara with joy. Seeing the younger generation actively participating reminded her of the impact their work could have on the community's future. As they added final touches, Clara's heart swelled with confidence, understanding that this gathering was not only a celebration, but also a pivotal moment for revitalizing connections within the town. As the preparations continued, Clara watched the room fill with familiar faces, each one bringing energy and excitement to the gathering. The buzz of conversation mixed with laughter created an infectious atmosphere, igniting Clara's enthusiasm even more. She moved among the guests, greeting everyone warmly, listening as they shared stories about their connections to the lighthouse, furthering the sense of community. "Clara, I'm glad to see you," called out Mrs. Jenkins, clasping her hands together. "I can't wait to hear what you've uncovered. It feels like a celebration of our shared history." Clara smiled, her heart swelling with pride. She realized just how important this night was for everyone involved, not just for herself. However, she also detected a few lingering whispers of skepticism among some individuals, especially from those who remained cautious about revisiting the past. Recognizing the need to address their concerns, Clara took a moment to gather her thoughts, determined to foster an environment where every voice would be valued. She knew that building trust and connection was just as vital as sharing their findings, and she was ready to inspire those who needed reassurance. As she made her way to the center of the room, Clara raised her hands to gather everyone's attention, the buzz of conversation gently fading into a hush. "Thank you all for being here tonight," she began, her voice steady but warm, filled with genuine appreciation for the community that surrounded her. Clara glanced around the room, meeting the eyes of familiar faces, and felt a wave of conviction wash over her. This gathering represents more than just a collection of stories. It's about how those stories connect us all. A few murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd, but Clara noticed some skeptical looks, particularly from the older generations who were more hesitant to embrace the past. "I know that some of these stories may bring up painful memories," she continued, her tone thoughtful. "But facing them together can lead to healing, unity, and a renewed understanding of who we are." Edie shifted in her seat, a flicker of concern crossing her face. "What if we unearth something that's better left hidden?" she asked, her voice edged with apprehension. Clara took a deep breath, acknowledging the weight of Edie's question and the validity behind it. "That's a possibility," she admitted, "but the past has shaped our community, and understanding it can empower us to forge a better future." This moment marked a turning point. Clara's willingness to confront difficult questions reflected her growth as a leader, and the room fell silent as her words began to resonate with their collective journey. Clara continued to address the audience, her heart pounding with the weight of their attention as she felt their collective hopes resting on her words. "I truly believe that every story matters. It's how we gather strength from our history that shapes our community today," she asserted, her voice gaining confidence with each phrase. The room filled with nods of agreement, and Clara felt the energy shift as the townsfolk began to relate their own experiences to her words. Memories flickering to life. One of the younger attendees, inspired by Clara's speech, shared a story about their family's ties to the lighthouse, offering a fresh perspective that encouraged others to open up. As the accounts flowed freely, Clara noticed some of the older skeptics beginning to warm to the idea of sharing their stories, their expressions softening as they connected with the younger generation's enthusiasm. This transformation invigorated Clara. She understood that these conversations were key to building trust and healing old wounds within the community. With renewed determination, Clara recognized how her journey had shaped her understanding of the power of storytelling, its ability to bring people together, breathing life into the lighthouse and its keeper for generations to come. As the evening wore on, Clara felt a growing sense of connection among the townsfolk, the conversations flowing like the tide against the shore. The stories shared were not only informative but deeply personal, revealing layers of history and emotion that had long been buried. Clara stepped back, observing as the group began to discuss potential plans for future gatherings, eager to keep the momentum alive. "Maybe we can organize a regular storytelling night," suggested one of the parents, excitement building in their voice. "We could invite more people to join in and keep the history alive." Clara smiled, her heart swelling with pride. She had envisioned this very moment where their shared hopes would cultivate ongoing engagement with their past. Encouraged by the enthusiasm, she added, "And we can create a space for art and expression, too. Like the mural we painted, it could inspire many new stories." Seeing the nods of approval around the room, Clara felt reassured that the seeds of unity had taken root. This realization solidified her belief in the journey they had undertaken together. It was not just a celebration of history, but a revival of their community spirit, paving the way for an even brighter future together. Chapter 13, A Moment of Clarity. Clara awoke the next morning with a sense of eagerness coursing through her veins, ready to implement the ideas generated during the gathering. With the sun rising high, she prepared for a new day filled with potential, the air scented with the blossoms of spring stirring outside her window. After a quick breakfast, Clara gathered her notes and a few artifacts from the lighthouse to share with eager community members who had expressed interest in joining the exploration. This time, she felt prepared. The myriad of stories and the shared excitement from the previous night pushed her forward, fueling her determination. As she stepped outside, she immediately noticed a group of children playing nearby, their energy infectious as they ran around with laughter and joy. Clara paused, a smile breaking across her face as she remembered how the younger generation could infuse the exploration with fresh perspectives and vibrant stories of their own. Resolved to involve them, she decided to invite the children along, knowing their enthusiasm could bring new life to their journey through the lighthouse. Clara approached the group of children, her heart light with the prospect of involving them in the adventure ahead. "Hey everyone," she called out, waving to catch their attention. "Would you like to join us in exploring the lighthouse today?" The children paused, their excitement palpable as their eyes widened at the offer. "Really? Can we go inside?" one boy asked, bouncing on the balls of his feet. "Absolutely," Clara affirmed, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. "There are so many stories waiting to be uncovered, and I think you can help us find them." The group erupted in cheers, their eagerness infectious, igniting a spark within Clara as she led them toward the lighthouse. As they made their way to the entrance, Clara explained the significance of the lighthouse and how it represented all their shared histories, encouraging each child to think about what they might discover together. Their laughter echoed through the air, and Clara felt a sense of purpose wash over her. Fostering their involvement felt vital to strengthening the community's connection to its past. With each step toward the lighthouse, Clara's anticipation grew, envisioning how these young adventurers would add their unique voices to the stories that awaited them. As they approached the lighthouse, Clara caught sight of Finn waiting at the entrance, a smile on his face as he waved to them. "Clara, I'm glad to see you brought some friends," he said, glancing at the eager children bouncing with excitement behind her. Clara introduced Finn to the kids, explaining how he would help guide them through the exploration, his knowledge an invaluable resource for their adventure. Finn knelt to converse with the children, engaging them with stories of the lighthouse's past, his animated gestures capturing their imaginations. Clara observed the way Finn easily connected with the kids, recalling how his storytelling had inspired her during their previous encounters. But as the group moved to enter the lighthouse, Clara sensed a shift. She watched some of the children hesitate at the threshold, their excitement faltering in the face of the looming structure. "Don't worry, it's perfectly safe," Clara reassured them, her voice steady as she stepped inside, the beam of her flashlight cutting through the darkness. As the children joined her, she felt a mixture of pride and responsibility, understanding that she needed to ease their fears and foster their curiosity about the mysteries hidden within. As Clara and the children entered the lighthouse, a cool breeze brushed past them, the scent of salt lingering in the air, heightening the sense of adventure. Clara guided the group through the dimly lit hallway, illuminating the walls with her flashlight, revealing layers of peeling paint and old photographs that narrated the keeper's diligent work. The flickering light danced over the remnants of history, capturing the children's imaginations as they gazed in awe at the artifacts lining the shelves. "Wow!" one of the kids exclaimed, pointing at a tarnished lantern hanging from the ceiling. "Is that the same kind the keeper used?" "Yes, that lantern helped guide ships to safety," Clara explained, feeling a surge of pride as she shared the significance of the items surrounding them. Just then, a sudden loud creak echoed through the lighthouse, causing some of the children to step back, their excitement swiftly replaced by fear. Clara sensed their hesitation and quickly knelt down, meeting their eyes with reassurance. "It's just the lighthouse settling. It's been standing tall through many storms. We're safe here." Her calming presence slowly eased their fears, and Clara felt a wave of determination wash over her. Realizing that her role was not just to lead, but to support and inspire confidence within her young audience. As they ventured deeper into the lighthouse, the air grew cooler, and Clara noticed the atmosphere shift around them, a mix of excitement and tension thrumming through the group. The children clung to each other, inspired by the adventure, but still unsure of what lay ahead. Clara turned to her young companions, encouraging them to stay close and reminding them of their shared mission to uncover the lighthouse keeper's story. "Look around," she said, illuminating the walls with her flashlight. "Each of these artifacts holds a history, just like you." Her words resonated, and she noticed their expressions of fear begin to lift, replaced by the wonder of discovery. Just then, Sam called from the back, pointing at a peculiar carving on the wall, a symbol that mirrored some of the sketches they had seen in the journal. "Hey, Clara, is this part of what you found earlier?" he asked, excitement rising in his voice. Clara hurried over, feeling her heart quicken as she inspected the intricate design. Yes, this could be a clue to understanding more about the keeper's life. This moment of shared discovery reinforced Clara's confidence, reminding her that they were not only uncovering history, but also inspiring each other along the way. As Clara gathered the children around to examine the carving more closely, she felt a surge of enthusiasm pulsing through the group. "Everyone, look how this symbol connects with the stories we've heard," she exclaimed, pointing out details and allowing their imaginations to roam freely. The children leaned in closer, their faces alight with fascination, as Clara explained the significance of the carving, drawing connections to the themes of guidance and protection inherent in the keeper's legacy. She watched as their excitement transformed into deeper curiosity, each child contributing their interpretations and ideas about what the symbol might represent. Suddenly, Mia stepped forward with a look of realization, recalling a similar symbol she had seen in one of the old village records. "This could be a marker for where the key to the keeper's secrets is hidden," she suggested, her voice bubbling with excitement. Clara felt a wave of appreciation for Mia's input. This collaboration enriched their exploration, showcasing how each member brought unique insights to the group. "Let's keep looking for more clues that connect to this design," Clara encouraged, her confidence soaring. The prospect of uncovering hidden truths ignited a new fervor among them, and she knew they were on the verge of discovering something significant together. Chapter 14, The Mentor's Guidance. The excitement thrumming in the lighthouse propelled Clara and her team to deep dive into their latest discoveries, eager to uncover the secrets they had begun to piece together. As they examined the carving, Clara remembered her conversation with Miss Hargrove and how she'd mentioned the importance of understanding hidden truths in their journey. Feeling a sense of purpose, Clara led the charge as they searched the chamber for other symbols and clues, encouraging everyone to stay engaged and observant. "Look for anything that stands out or seems different," she instructed, her voice filled with determination. "Every detail matters." The group spread out to search, Clara's heart racing as she encountered new paths and uncharted territories within the lighthouse. She felt a thrill at the prospect of unveiling more, driven by the recognition of the keeper's importance and the urgency to protect their collective memories. Suddenly, she spotted another inscription, etched into the wall, mirroring elements of the earlier carving, and her excitement intensified as she realized they were onto something significant. Clara approached the new inscription with a mix of excitement and trepidation, her fingers gently tracing the markings that seemed to pulse with stories untold. She called Sam over, eager to share her discovery and see if there were connections to the earlier findings. "Look at this. It shares the same design as the carving we found earlier." Sam peered closely, eyes widening as he examined the symbols. "This could be a clue about where the lantern was hidden," he suggested, enthusiasm igniting his voice. Clara nodded, feeling the energy of the moment surge within her. "We need to document this," she urged, pulling out her notebook to sketch the new inscription, determined to ensure every detail was captured before they moved forward. While they worked, the children watched in awe, their eyes bright as they began to understand the significance of their discoveries. Clara felt a sense of responsibility wash over her. She knew that these revelations could shape not just their current mission, but also the community's understanding of their history. The collaborative spirit among the group fueled Clara's determination, and she decided they needed to focus on deciphering the transformations happening around them before venturing deeper into the mystery of the lighthouse. As Clara continued to document the new findings, she noticed a few of the children exchanging nervous glances, their earlier enthusiasm waning in the face of uncertainty. One young boy stepped forward, his voice small. "What if we find something scary? Like something bad that happened?" Clara knelt down to meet his gaze, feeling the weight of his concern. "It's understandable to feel scared," she said gently. "But remember, knowledge helps us understand the past. We can learn from it to make our future better." Her calm demeanor slowly reassured the boy, but Clara could feel the tension lingering in the air. Another child piped up, "Yeah, but what if it's dangerous? My parents said we shouldn't go poking around in the lighthouse." Sam chimed in, coming to Clara's side. "We're here to learn, and we'll be careful. Every great adventure has its risks, but we have each other to rely on." Clara nodded in agreement, sensing their trepidation, but also the potential for growth that lay in facing their fears together. This exchange reminded her of her own earlier doubts. She understood that confronting the unknown was part of their journey, and that helping her team navigate their feelings was essential. With the children's concerns still lingering in the air, Clara took a deep breath and decided to turn this moment of uncertainty into an opportunity for growth. "Let's talk about it," she said, her voice steady and inviting. "What are your fears about the lighthouse? What do you think might happen?" The young boy spoke up again, his voice quivering. "I heard it was haunted, and that people get lost in there." Clara nodded, acknowledging the power of those stories. "Many places have legends, but remember that not all of them are true. What's important is that we stay together and look out for one another." She glanced over at Sam, who was nodding in agreement, displaying a reassuring smile that encouraged the group to share more. Slowly, the other children began to open up, sharing their fears and imaginative interpretations of what lay beyond the door of the lighthouse. Clara listened intently, feeling the group's apprehension because she had faced similar feelings on her journey. This dialogue brought them closer together, reinforcing their commitment to work as a united front and igniting a sense of bravery amid their fears. Clara felt a deep sense of responsibility and inspiration, understanding that addressing their emotional responses was just as crucial as the discoveries they sought. As Clara encouraged the children to articulate their concerns, she felt the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders. With each story shared, she could see their apprehension begin to transform into curiosity. One girl piped up, "If we find something, we have to promise to stick together, right?" "Absolutely," Clara replied, her voice firm and reassuring. "We're in this together, and that means looking out for each other, no matter what we encounter." The group exchanged determined glances, and Clara could sense a shift. The fear that had initially gripped them was giving way to a sense of collective courage. Sam commented, "You all have great ideas about what to do if something unexpected happens. Let's make a plan to ensure we stay true to our mission." Clara nodded in agreement with Sam, feeling the encouragement strengthen their resolve. She recognized that this team was evolving, not just as a group of explorers, but as a community bound together by shared goals and mutual support. This newfound camaraderie prompted Clara to feel that they could face anything together, embracing both the light and the shadows that lay ahead. With assurances shared among the group, Clara felt a surge of responsibility and pride as they stepped closer to the entrance of the lighthouse. Clara led the way, suggesting they keep a buddy system as they moved inside, reinforcing their commitment to safety and support. "Remember, if something feels off, we communicate. No one takes risks alone," she reiterated, her tone steady as she shone her flashlight into the darkened interior. The others nodded in agreement, responding positively to Clara's leadership and their unified approach to the uncertainty ahead. Once inside, the sound of their footsteps echoed through the cavernous space, a reminder of the history surrounding them and the stories waiting to be uncovered. As they carefully navigated through the shadows, Clara felt the weight of the moment. Her heart raced with both fear and excitement, aware that they were stepping into a realm filled with possibilities and untold truths. This realization ignited a deep conviction within her, affirming that they could face whatever challenges emerged on their journey together. Chapter 15, Unlocking Secrets. Inside the lighthouse, Clara and her team gathered in a spacious room filled with old equipment and dusty remnants from years gone by. As the beam of Clara's flashlight illuminated the surroundings, she took a moment to absorb the significance of their efforts in uncovering the keeper's history. "All right, everyone, let's split into smaller groups and tackle each section of this room," Clara announced, her voice filled with enthusiasm and determination. She assigned Sam and a few others to examine the old equipment, while she led Mia and a couple of children to search the nearby storage closet for any forgotten clues. Clara felt the energy shift as each team moved to their designated areas, the atmosphere buzzing with anticipation and curiosity. Laughter and excited chatter began to fill the room as they uncovered trinkets, journals, and items coated in dust. pieces that symbolized lives once lived around the lighthouse. With each find, Clara's heart swelled with pride. She felt the collective dedication strengthen their purpose, and it motivated her to continue digging deeper into the lighthouse's secrets. As Clara and her group searched through the cluttered storage closet, excitement surged with each new item they uncovered. She rummaged through boxes filled with old rope, faded maps, and fragments of what seemed to be old communication logs from ships that had passed the lighthouse. While examining a brittle logbook, Clara felt an overwhelming sense of connection to the past, the words of the lighthouse keeper filling her mind as if he were whispering his story in her ear. "Mia, look at this," Clara exclaimed, holding up a weathered page that detailed weather conditions from a particularly stormy night. Mia leaned in closer, her eyes widening as she scanned the text. This could give us insight into how the keeper managed during extreme weather. Clara felt a rush of pride in their teamwork as they shared theories about the events that had unfolded, realizing each piece of information brought them closer to understanding the legacy of the lighthouse. However, amid their excitement, Clara sensed the pressure mounting. They needed to keep discovering if they were to truly honor the keeper's memory. Determined not to lose momentum, she reassured her team that every snippet of history they uncovered would illuminate their path ahead, reinforcing the significance of their quest. As the group continued to sift through the artifacts, one of the children discovered a dusty lantern tucked away in a corner, its glass cracked but still captivating. "Clara, look!" the child shouted, excitement spilling over as they held the lantern aloft for everyone to see. Clara quickly approached, her heart racing as she examined the lantern, recognizing its resemblance to that of the keeper's, which was said to have guided lost sailors. "This is incredible," she exclaimed, her eyes gleaming. "It's just like the one from the stories, but it needs some cleaning and repairs." As they gathered around the find, Clara could feel the energy shift. The discovery reignited the team's enthusiasm, and ideas began to flow about how to restore it. But amidst the excitement, a sense of caution seeped in, especially from Mia, who voiced concern about whether restoring the lantern was the best use of their time. "What if we lose focus on the more critical things we need to understand about the keeper's stories?" Mia asked, her brow furrowed. Clara took a moment to consider the implications of both perspectives. She understood they needed to honor the past, but also appreciated the excitement surrounding the lantern. "Let's document this lantern and its history first," Clara suggested, her voice steady. "Then we can decide how we'll approach the restoration without losing sight of our main goal." This decision highlighted Clara's growing leadership skills. She adeptly balanced enthusiasm with responsibility, ensuring the group remained focused on their collective mission. As Clara gathered everyone around the lantern, she felt a swell of energy. The group leaned in close, their curiosity palpable as they absorbed the significance of their discovery. "Let's take a closer look at this," she suggested, placing the lantern on the table and pulling out her notebook to jot down details about its condition and history. Clara detailed the design, noting the maker's marks and the inscriptions etched into the metal, explaining to the children how artifacts like this tell stories of the past. As she spoke, she encouraged them to share their thoughts on what the lantern may have witnessed through the years, prompting creative brainstorming that ignited their imaginations. However, she also sensed hesitation from some, particularly Mia, who was still concerned about diverging too much from their primary mission. Mia raised her hand, a look of apprehension crossing her face. "But should we really be focusing on this lantern when there's so much we still need to learn about the keeper's story?" Clara took a moment to address her concerns. "Yes, our main goal is to uncover the keeper's legacy. This lantern is part of that story. By restoring it, we can give it new life and honor the tales that surround it." This dialogue revealed Clara's capacity to navigate differing perspectives within the group, demonstrating her evolving leadership as she integrated enthusiasm with purpose. As the conversation about the lantern continued, Clara noticed excitement reigniting among the group. The children were buzzing with ideas about how to restore it. "Maybe we can use my dad's tools," one boy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Clara leaned into the group dynamic, encouraging them to brainstorm critical steps for the restoration, asking how they might approach cleaning the lantern and ensuring it would shine brightly once again. Some teammates mentioned gathering spare parts and other materials, showing their commitment to the project and engaging actively in the process. However, there were still whispers of doubt, particularly from Mia, who remained concerned about their timeline and the potential dangers of lingering too long at the lighthouse. "Are we sure we have time for this? What if we run into trouble?" she questioned, her brow furrowing. Clara felt that familiar pressure again. She understood the need to balance excitement with caution. "We can do both. Document what we find and work on the lantern without losing sight of the bigger picture." Her response fostered a positive atmosphere, reassuring everyone while also emphasizing the necessity of their overarching mission. At that moment, Clara felt a connection to her role as a leader. She was adapting and learning to navigate the complexities of group dynamics while maintaining the momentum of their discoveries. With the plan outlined, Clara felt a renewed sense of purpose as they gathered the necessary tools and supplies for the lantern's restoration. As they organized their materials, she observed different dynamics emerging within the group. Some members took initiative, while others demonstrated hesitance. The children, fueled by excitement, began polishing the lantern, their laughter echoing throughout the room as Clara joined to help, her hands working alongside theirs. While they toiled, Clara noticed Mia carefully sketching ideas for additional decorations or enhancements for the lantern, demonstrating her creativity and engagement. "Let's make it not just functional, but beautiful," Mia suggested, her enthusiasm palpable as she shared her vision. Clara smiled, realizing that each contribution could collectively honor the keeper's legacy while enhancing their exploration. This collaborative spirit reinforced how far they had come, showcasing Clara's growth as a leader who could encourage diverse ideas and strengthen unity amid their shared mission. Chapter 16, The Setback. As the group gathered around the polished lantern, Clara felt a moment of exhilaration mingled with anxiety, knowing they were about to reveal the fruits of their labor. Just as she began to organize a presentation of their findings for the upcoming community gathering, a loud crash echoed from above, jolting everyone in the room. The ground shook slightly, and a wave of dust descended from the ceiling, causing Clara's heart to race with alarm as she realized the structure was beginning to show signs of instability. "Everyone, stay calm," Clara shouted, urgency punctuating her voice as she surveyed the room, the faces of her friends reflecting both fear and confusion. In that instant, she understood that their immediate focus had shifted from celebration to survival, the excitement of their accomplishments now overshadowed by the looming threat. Clara felt a swell of determination as she rallied the team, urging them to stay close and work swiftly to secure the area, shifting gears from exploration to crisis management. This unexpected disturbance marked a pivotal change, forcing Clara to navigate the delicate balance between their ambitions and the reality of the risks they faced. Clara sprang into action, assessing the situation as dust settled around them, the sound of falling debris still echoing in her ears. "Let's move away from the walls," she instructed, her voice authoritative yet calm, guiding her team toward a safer area in the room. As they backed away, Clara's mind raced through potential contingency plans, knowing they needed to secure everyone and ensure no one was left behind. Sam quickly looked to Clara. "Should we alert the townsfolk? They might be in danger as well." Clara nodded, recognizing the importance of spreading awareness. "Yes, we need to make sure they understand what's happening here." As they moved toward the exit, Clara observed the panic rising, but she remained focused, determined to keep her team together and organized amid the chaos. Clara's imagination kicked in, formulating a plan to establish safety measures around the lighthouse and communicate the risks effectively to the community. This immediate shift demonstrated her resourcefulness. She was transforming a moment of crisis into an opportunity for growth and connection, showcasing her leadership under pressure. As Clara led her group toward the exit, she noticed Ethan lagging behind, trying to gather the loose debris that had fallen from the shelves. "Ethan, come on, we need to get out of here," Clara called, urgency rising in her voice. He looked up, determination etched on his face. "Just a second. We can't leave this behind. It might be important." Internal conflict rippled through Clara. She admired his dedication, but understood the need for safety came first. "We can come back for it later. Right now, we have to prioritize everyone's safety." Ethan hesitated, torn between his desire to preserve their findings and Clara's insistence on retreating. The tension was thick. Clara felt the weight of their choices pressing down on her. "Please, let's go," she urged, her heart racing as she considered the potential consequences of delaying further. Finally, sensing the urgency, Ethan nodded reluctantly, dropping the debris and running to catch up with the group, just as another sound echoed ominously from above. Clara felt a mix of relief and pressure. They had narrowly avoided what could have been a much worse outcome, and she knew they needed to regroup and reassess their strategy outside the lighthouse. Once outside, Clara took a moment to catch her breath, the cool air filling her lungs as she surveyed her team, checking to ensure everyone was accounted for and unharmed. The group stood in a tight circle, some faces pale with lingering fear, while others wore expressions of determination and resilience. Clara felt a mix of pride and responsibility wash over her. The earlier setback had pushed them together, reinforcing their unity in the face of danger. "All right, everyone," she called, lifting her chin to regain their attention. "We need to regroup and figure out our next steps. The lighthouse is still a valuable source of history, but we must approach it differently now." Murmurs of agreement filled the air, and Sam stepped forward. "We can assess the damage we saw and think about how to secure the areas that might be unstable." Clara nodded, appreciating the contributions, and recognized how the team's collective experiences were shaping their resolve. "Let's also consider what we've learned so far. Each discovery guides us, even when setbacks occur." As they began discussing logistical adjustments, Clara could feel the morale starting to shift. Their shared commitment to uncovering the lighthouse's mysteries, now intertwined with the challenges they faced, fostered a sense of solidarity. In that moment, Clara knew that their earlier journey had prepared them for this. They had to adapt and navigate the path ahead with renewed focus and courage. As Clara and her team discussed their next steps, the atmosphere shifted from one of fear to mission-focused determination. "We should consider exploring some of the entrances we haven't looked at yet," Clara suggested, her mind racing with the implications of their findings. "This way we can gather more information about the structural integrity of the lighthouse while still paying attention to any stories it might hold," she continued, her confidence building as she articulated the plan. Sam chimed in. "I can check the structural damages, and if we split into pairs, we can cover more ground quickly." The group nodded in agreement, a sense of unity solidifying as they prepared to tackle the challenges ahead, knowing they must stay vigilant. However, Clara noticed a few lingering doubts among them, particularly from Mia, who voiced concerns about their safety while navigating the still unstable structure. "Are we sure it's safe to go back in?" she asked, a hint of hesitation in her voice. Clara turned to Mia, recognizing the sincerity behind her words. "I understand your concerns. Let's be mindful of every step we take, and if it feels wrong, we'll regroup." Clara's ability to listen and adapt reassured the team, reflecting her growth as a leader who valued everyone's input while maintaining the momentum of their mission. With their plan solidified, Clara felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to face the next chapter of their adventure with her allies at her side. With the plan in place, Clara felt a renewed sense of determination as she led her team back toward the lighthouse, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. As they approached the entrance, the remnants of the earlier chaos still lingered in the air, but Clara refused to let fear linger. With each step, she focused on the task at hand, reminding herself of the knowledge they had gained together. "Remember," she said, signaling for everyone to listen. "If something doesn't feel right, we communicate and regroup. We're stronger together." The team nodded, the trust built through their experiences giving them courage to face the challenges awaiting them. Inside the lighthouse, Clara directed the group methodically, ensuring safety while still encouraging exploration and curiosity. As they split into pairs, Clara partnered with Sam, trusting his instincts and relying on his support to navigate their findings together. She felt the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders, understanding that every decision would impact not only their discoveries, but also the dynamics of trust within the group. This moment showcased Clara's growth. She now understood that leadership was a blend of vigilance, adaptability, and an unwavering commitment to her team, ready to embrace the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 17, A Clash of Perspectives. As Clara and her team delved deeper into the lighthouse, they explored a narrow, winding staircase that spiraled upwards, each step echoing underfoot. The air grew cooler, the light from their flashlights flickering against the walls, adorned with peeling paint and layers of history. Clara felt a rush of excitement coursing through her. They were on the brink of uncovering something significant that might change their understanding of the Keeper's story. Upon reaching the top, Clara pushed open a heavy door to reveal a lantern room filled with dust and remnants of the past, the glass panes revealing a breathtaking view of the surrounding coastline. She stepped inside, her breath catching at the sight. This was the heart of the lighthouse, a place where countless lives had been guided safely home. But as she took it all in, her attention shifted to the heavy shadows forming in the corners, a feeling of unease creeping in as she realized that they might not be alone in this space. "Stay alert," she whispered to Sam, who had stepped up beside her, mirroring her cautious demeanor as they began their exploration of the room's contents. As Clara and Sam moved cautiously through the lantern room, their flashlights illuminated shelves lined with old tools and forgotten artifacts from the lighthouse's history. Clara's eyes widened as she discovered a collection of faded maps pinned to the wall, each one detailing nautical routes and weather patterns from years gone by. "Look at this," she exclaimed, pointing to a particular map that showed a storm-swept coastline, marked with notes from the Keeper about shipwrecks and safe passages. Sam leaned in closer, his gaze merging with Clara's excitement. "We should take photos of these. This could help us understand the Keeper's experiences during those storms." As they documented the maps, Clara felt a mix of awe and responsibility. The weight of the Keeper's legacy was palpable in the air, and she strove to honor it. However, just then, a loud thud reverberated from below, making both of them jump. Clara's heart raced as she instinctively glanced toward the staircase. "Do you think it's the others?" Sam asked, concern coloring his tone, and Clara felt uncertainty wash over her as they turned their attention back to the door. "Let's check it out," she said, her voice steady despite the anxiety bubbling beneath the surface. This moment illustrated Clara's resolve to remain proactive, knowing their mission required not only exploration, but also vigilance in unexpected situations. With apprehension churning in her stomach, Clara and Sam carefully made their way back down the staircase, their footsteps cautious and hushed as they approached the source of the noise. Clara's mind raced with possibilities. Was it a member of their team needing help? Or could it be something more ominous? As they reached the bottom, Clara's heart pounded in rhythm with her footsteps, the distant echoes of their earlier excitement now replaced by an air of uncertainty. They entered the main chamber to find Ethan and a couple of other team members looking wide-eyed at a pile of fallen bricks and debris near the entrance. "What happened?" Clara asked, concern edging her voice as she rushed forward to assess the scene. Ethan shrugged, visibly shaken. "I was examining a support beam. It's rotting. I just touched it, and everything came crashing down." Clara's heart sank. She realized just how precarious their exploration could be, understanding that this situation could have had severe consequences. "Okay, let's make sure this area is safe," she said, her voice firm as she began to coordinate their efforts to assess the damage and secure the area. This incident highlighted shortcomings in their earlier planning, reminding Clara of the necessity to stay vigilant in navigating both physical structures and emotional dynamics within the group. Clara quickly gathered the team around, her leadership instincts kicking in as she assessed the situation with a sense of urgency. "All right, everyone," she said, her voice steady. "We need to prioritize safety. Ethan, can you show us where the damage is?" Ethan nodded, gesturing to the support beam that had splintered, revealing how the structure's integrity was compromised. Clara felt the tension in the room. She could sense the group's anxiety rising as they recognized the potential dangers lurking within the lighthouse. "We need to clear this area first and check for any additional structural weaknesses," Clara instructed, moving with purpose as she designated tasks. Sam stepped forward, offering to help Ethan identify any other areas of concern, while Clara directed the rest of the team to start moving debris away from the entrance. As they worked together, Clara encouraged open communication, reminding everyone to alert each other about anything that seemed unstable or risky. The atmosphere shifted from fear to determination. Clara observed how her proactive approach began to ease the team's worries, reinforcing their commitment to safety. In this moment, Clara's ability to manage the situation highlighted her growth as a leader, demonstrating not just strategic thinking, but also emotional resilience in the face of adversity. As the team began clearing away debris, Clara found herself reflecting on the earlier moments of the journey, feeling a blend of determination and responsibility wash over her. The chaos of the previous encounter with Petra still lingered, but she could see how far they had come in building trust and unity within the group. Ethan, now more focused on identifying potential dangers, moved purposefully beside Sam, their conversation flowing as they worked together to assess other support beams. "Hey, Clara," Sam called out, pointing at another beam that looked questionable, his expression serious. "Do you think we need to reinforce this before we move forward?" Clara approached and examined the beam, her mind racing with the lessons learned throughout their exploration. "Yes, let's secure it. Better safe than sorry." Her quick decision-making reaffirmed her growth. Clara realized that she was able to balance caution with progress. The atmosphere buzzed with activity, and Clara felt a renewed sense of purpose. She was not just an individual on a quest, but a leader responsible for the safety and morale of her team. Determined to set an example, Clara encouraged others to share their observations and suggestions, fostering a collaborative spirit that would help them navigate the obstacles ahead. With the area cleared and safety measures in place, Clara felt a sense of control return to the group as they reconvened to discuss their next move. "Okay, everyone, let's regroup and focus on what we've learned so far," Clara said, addressing her team with renewed vigor. "We need to make sure we document everything we find and keep our goals clear." She noticed how the team's energy had shifted. The earlier worries about their safety now seemed to meld with a collective sense of determination to push forward. Clara assigned responsibilities with confidence, reminding each member of their strengths and contributions during the exploration. As they discussed how to tackle the tower, she felt Sam's support as he shared insights with the group, solidifying the bond they had developed throughout their journey. In this moment of clarity, Clara recognized how her experiences had shaped her leadership. She was no longer just following someone else's lead, but was actively directing their mission. This empowerment fueled her resolve as they prepared to face whatever challenges awaited, reminding her of the importance of trust and resilience they had cultivated along the way. Chapter 18, A Crucial Decision. Clara stood at the entrance of the lighthouse, her heart pounding with a mix of anticipation and resolve as she prepared to address the gathered group. The morning sun illuminated the path ahead, the sense of purpose radiating from her team as they waited eagerly for her next words. She took a moment to gather her thoughts, recalling the challenges they had faced together and the growth they had achieved as a unit. "Everyone," Clara began, her voice steady, "we've come too far to turn back now. Today we take a stand for what we believe in, uncovering the truth of our history." The group nodded, their expressions resolute, and Clara felt a wave of energy surge through her as she saw the determination mirrored in their eyes. "This lighthouse is not just a building, it's a symbol of guidance and connection," she continued, the excitement in her voice growing. "We owe it to ourselves and the keeper to understand and share his legacy." As Clara spoke, she noticed a few lingering doubts among the crowd, particularly from some of the older participants who still carried skepticism in their hearts. But Clara's conviction was unyielding. She could feel the weight of her leadership pressing down on her, ready to rally everyone toward their common mission. Determined to transform her words into action, Clara took a deep breath and prepared to lead them into the depths of the lighthouse, ready to confront whatever awaited them inside. With her heart racing, Clara led the group into the darkened interior of the lighthouse, the cool air wrapping around them like a shroud of mystery. Clara switched on her flashlight, the beam cutting through the shadows to reveal the familiar sights of the weathered walls and old nautical equipment. As they moved deeper into the lighthouse, she could feel the weight of history pressing in around them, each creak of the floorboards echoing with stories waiting to be told. "Stick close together," Clara instructed, her voice steady as she took the lead, navigating through the narrow passages with purpose. Suddenly, a noise echoed from the upper levels, the sound of something falling, a reminder of the lighthouse's aged structure and the dangers that lurked within. Clara paused, her instincts kicking in. "We need to be careful. Let's check the source of that noise, but approach with caution." The team exchanged glances, their previous excitement shifting to a mix of apprehension and determination. Clara felt the tension rise, but she pushed it down, reminding herself of their collective strength. Keeping composed, she reassured her allies, "We've faced challenges before. Let's keep our eyes and minds open as we uncover the secrets of this place." As they cautiously made their way up the stairwell toward the sound, Clara felt the tension escalate. The atmosphere thickened with uncertainty and anticipation. She glanced back at her team, noting the mix of determination and trepidation etched across their faces, each moment of silence heightening their collective anxiety. Clara reached the top of the stairs, gripping the railing tightly as she prepared to enter the lantern room. "Remember to communicate," she reminded her team, her voice cutting through the tension as they stepped into the dimly lit space. The sight that greeted them was nothing short of breathtaking. Scattered throughout the room were old lanterns, some flickering softly, casting shadows that danced across the walls. But Clara's gaze locked onto something else, a piece of parchment pinned to the wall, partially obscured by cobwebs and dust. "Over there," she exclaimed, pointing toward the document. "It could be a clue." As they moved closer, Clara's excitement mingled with apprehension. She felt the eyes of her team on her, their trust in her leadership hanging in the balance. Just as she reached for the parchment, a sudden gust of wind from a cracked window rattled the door behind them, causing Clara to freeze for a moment. "What was that?" one team member whispered, eyes wide. Taking a deep breath, Clara steadied herself, focusing on the parchment. "Whatever it was, we're here to uncover this truth together. Let's see what it says." Clara carefully peeled the parchment away from the wall, feeling the texture of the brittle paper against her fingers as she unrolled it gently. Her heart raced as she squinted at the faded writing, recognizing it as the keeper's notes detailing emergency procedures and sailing advice from years gone by. "Everyone, gather around," Clara urged, her excitement bubbling to the surface. "This is incredible." It's a first-hand account of what the keeper believed were the most critical actions during storms. The team leaned in closer, their eyes widening as Clara began to read aloud, the words flying off the page with urgency. Their warnings about hidden reefs and treacherous currents that could thwart even the most experienced sailors, she explained, her voice filled with adrenaline. As she spoke, she noticed their mix of awe and concern. The past was not just history. It was a lifeline whose lessons could protect lives today. But just as Clara began to connect the dots in her mind, a shadow loomed at the entrance, a figure standing poised in the doorway. It was Petra, arms crossed and a smug expression on her face, just as determined to claim the knowledge as Clara felt compelled to protect it. "Looks like you found something interesting," Petra sneered, stepping forward, ready to undermine Clara's authority and assert her own claim. Clara's heart raced as she met Petra's mocking gaze, feeling the weight of her rival's presence, threatening to disrupt the fragile unity they had built. "Petra," she said, maintaining her composure despite the simmering tension, "we're finding ways to honor the lighthouse keeper's legacy. This isn't just about us, it's about the whole community." Petra scoffed, folding her arms tighter. "You really believe the townsfolk care about stories? They want results, not fairy tales." Clara felt the pressure mount, but stood her ground, recalling the inspiration that had lit a fire within her and her allies. These stories are vital for understanding our past and protecting our future. The Keeper's wisdom is as relevant today as ever. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Petra's face, but she quickly masked it with defiance. And what if you're wrong? What if gathering past tales leads you into danger? Then we face it together, Clara responded firmly, glancing at her teammates who stood behind her, ready to support her. We learn from the past to avoid its mistakes. That's what makes us stronger. The atmosphere shifted as Clara's unwavering determination began to resonate with the group, reinforcing their unity against the divisive tactics Petra tried to employ. In that moment of confrontation, Clara's leadership solidified. She realized that her commitment to embracing the Lighthouse Keeper's legacy could not be easily swayed by doubt or fear. Realizing the stakes had escalated, Clara determined it was time to take decisive action. "Listen, everyone," she said loudly, addressing the group gathered in the lantern room. "We have a choice to make. We can let fear guide us, or we can embrace this opportunity to uncover the truth together." Petra crossed her arms, skepticism still swirling around her, but Clara noticed some of the team members nodding, inspired by her words. "Let's not lose sight of why we're here." Clara continued, her voice steady. "This lighthouse is part of our history, and understanding its stories can help us craft a better future for our community." With each declaration, Clara felt her confidence grow, reminding herself of the importance of leadership and unity in facing challenges. "We'll hold a meeting immediately after our exploration to discuss what we find here today," she proposed, feeling that this plan could bring everyone together after the confrontation. As the group began to murmur in agreement, Clara sensed her leadership solidifying. Her ability to manage potential conflict was emerging, and she felt encouraged by the camaraderie rekindling among them. With a determined heart, Clara turned her attention back to Petra, ready to assert that while challenges lay ahead, their mission was crucial and worthy of every effort. Chapter 19, The Unexpected Ambush. Clara and her team made their way deeper into the lighthouse, the darkened corridors filled with an eerie silence that heightened Clara's senses. The excitement from the previous discussions hung thick in the air, but an undercurrent of tension wrapped around them like a thick fog. As they approached a heavy door at the end of a long hallway, Clara felt a surge of adrenaline. The moment they had anticipated was here. "Everyone ready?" Clara asked, her voice echoing slightly against the walls, prompting a chorus of muffled affirmations from the group. She took a deep breath, her hand resting against the doorknob, poised to push open the door that held potential revelations. Just as she was about to turn the handle, a loud crash resonated from above, sending a tremor of urgency through the group. Clara's heart raced. She instinctively glanced at Sam, who met her gaze with concern, both understanding that something was amiss. Without hesitation, Clara pushed the door open, ready to confront whatever awaited them inside, knowing that they would have to face more than just the mystery of the Lighthouse Keeper. As Clara stepped into the room, her flashlight beam illuminated a vast collection of artifacts stacked haphazardly around the space. Old maps, lanterns, and remnants of equipment from the lighthouse's past. Her heart raced at the sight. This was the trove of history they had been searching for, and she felt an overwhelming sense of urgency to sift through everything. "Look at this," she called to the team, pointing to a particularly ornate lantern perched on a high shelf, its glass partially shattered, but still beautiful. While Clara focused on the lantern, Sam's voice echoed from the far side of the room. "Hey, check this out. I found some of the Keeper's old logs." Clara rushed over, excitement bubbling within her as she approached him. She could see the weathered pages and inked details that chronicled the Keeper's notes on weather patterns and sailors' accounts. But as they examined the logs, another loud noise reverberated from above, a heavy thud that sent dust cascading down from the ceiling. Clara's excitement was immediately tinged with fear. The integrity of the lighthouse was failing, and she knew they needed to act quickly. "Everyone, stay alert. We need to document what we can and make sure everyone is safe," Clara called out, her tone shifting to one of authority and focus. The team mobilized, Their earlier enthusiasm now mixed with caution as they began to gather important pieces, navigating the precarious environment with Clara leading the way. As Clara and Sam continued to sift through the logs, tension filled the air, intensifying with every loud noise from above. Sam traced his finger along one of the entries, his brow furrowing in concentration. This talks about a severe storm that hit a decade ago. The keeper mentions warnings he issued to approaching ships. Clara nodded, her heart racing as she absorbed the significance of the information. These logs are crucial. They show how the keeper tried to control the conditions around him, trying to save lives. While they exposed more details, a group of team members suddenly paused, glancing toward the entrance as the sound of footsteps echoed through the lighthouse. Clara turned to see some of Petra's crew advancing, their expressions filled with a smug confidence that sent a chill down her spine. "Looks like you're having a little adventure," Petra taunted, standing at the threshold with a few of her allies. "But it seems you're not as prepared as you thought." The weight of her words hung in the air, and Clara felt a mix of indignation and fear as she gathered her composure, determined not to let Petra undermine their progress. "It's about more than just artifacts now," Clara retorted, her tone assertive as she prepared to assert her authority to maintain control over the situation. As pressure mounted, Clara knew they needed to work together to respond effectively to the emerging threats while staying focused on their mission. Clara felt the tension rise as she faced Petra and her crew, her heart pounding in her chest, but her resolve steeled against the looming confrontation. "Why are you really here, Petra?" Clara asked, her voice steady, choosing to confront the challenge head-on rather than retreat. Petra smirked, crossing her arms as her crew fanned out behind her. "I came to see what all the fuss was about. Heard you little explorers were making quite a name for yourselves." Clara narrowed her eyes, reading the challenge in her expression. "We're here to uncover the truth of the lighthouse, not to compete with you." The air thickened with animosity. Clara's team shifted uneasily behind her, some glancing at her for reassurance. "Truth? You mean your version of it?" Petra shot back, dismissing Clara's commitment with a wave of her hand. "You're chasing ghosts, and you'll regret it when you realize what it means to dig too deep." Clara's irritation flared. "These stories matter. They connect us to our past and help us build a future. You can't undermine that." Petra's expression hardened, sensing Clara's growing determination, but Clara stood her ground, ready to defend not only her mission, but the legacy of the keeper. Determining that they wouldn't back down easily, Clara quickly rallied her team, urging them to focus on their strength in numbers and their commitment to uncovering the lighthouse's history. With a surge of adrenaline, Clara turned to her team, instinctively raising her voice to inspire confidence in the face of uncertainty. "All right, everyone, this is our moment to show what we've uncovered, and we will not let anyone deter us from our mission." She glanced at Sam, who met her gaze with determination, ready to back her up as they faced Petra and her crew together. The air crackled with tension as Clara stepped closer to Petra, asserting her presence. "We believe in the stories we're here to tell and the lessons we're uncovering. That's what unites us." Sam positioned himself beside Clara, reinforcing their unity as the group behind them shifted closer, drawn together by her convictions and enthusiasm. Petra's scowl deepened, but Clara pressed on, noting how her team's spirit began to lift. "Every step we take in understanding the past makes us stronger, and I refuse to let you undermine that with fear." With renewed determination, bolstered by the camaraderie around her, Clara felt the dynamic shift in her favor, demonstrating the power of unity against opposition. The confrontation ignited fire within her, reminding Clara that she had grown from the hesitant leader she once was, now ready to defend not just her mission, but the legacy of the community. Clara felt the tension shift dramatically as her assertiveness resonated within the group, a palpable energy coursing through the room. The team rallied behind her, newfound determination etched on their faces as they prepared to face the confrontation head-on. "Together, we can't be stopped," she declared, her heart pounding in rhythm with the pulse of the group as they locked eyes, forming a united front against Petra's crew. With a firm nod, Clara signaled for Sam and the others to position themselves strategically, ready to move when the moment arrived. Clara's mind raced with strategies, recalling the importance of their shared knowledge and experiences. She felt an overwhelming sense of purpose, knowing that this confrontation was about more than just the present. It was about shaping the future. As she steadied her breathing, Clara embraced the uncertainty ahead, her ability to lead and adapt radiating confidence among her allies. This moment unified them, proving to Clara that her journey had equipped her to navigate challenges, forge alliances, and ultimately celebrate the power of their collective mission. Chapter 20. Assessing the Journey. In the aftermath of the gathering, Clara stood in the lighthouse, taking stock of the progress made and the work that still lay ahead. The room was alive with the bustling energy of her team, their enthusiasm evident as they sorted through the treasures they had uncovered during their exploration. Clara gently ran her fingers over the artifacts, recalling the stories associated with each piece and thinking about how they would share their findings with the community. She pulled out her notebook, flipping through the pages filled with their discoveries, and began marking down completed tasks and pending items that needed attention. "All right, everyone," Clara called out, gathering the group's attention. "Let's review what we have so far and what still needs to be done." As she began outlining their accomplishments, Clara noticed mixed reactions among the team. Some were excited, while others showed signs of doubt regarding their next steps. Determined to bridge that gap, Clara encouraged open dialogue, inviting thoughts and input on how they could improve their approach moving forward. This reflective moment provided Clara with insight, reinforcing her understanding of the team's dynamics and how they could collectively build on their progress. As Clara reviewed the completed tasks, she felt a wave of pride wash over her. They had achieved so much together, and the artifacts were a testament to their commitment. However, she noticed that some areas remained untouched, and one particular room had been largely ignored due to the earlier chaos during the confrontation with Petra. "We need to revisit the Eastern Room," Clara stated, pointing to her notes, where she scribbled down the importance of documenting everything they had come across. Sam stepped forward, concern etched on his face. "Are we ready to go in there? We don't know what we might find." Clara could sense the tension in the air, especially as some team members shared nervous glances. "I believe we can handle it. We have the knowledge and teamwork to explore safely." She reassured them, recalling the strategies they devised during the earlier preparations, emphasizing that they could adapt their approach if things went awry. Clara felt strengthened by their differing perspectives. It pushed her to consider how to incorporate everyone's comfort levels into their exploration plans, fostering an environment of support and collaboration. With a renewed sense of purpose, Clara prepared to lead the group into the Eastern Room, understanding that their commitment to uncovering the lighthouse's secrets required facing their concerns head-on. As Clara prepared to lead the team back into the lighthouse, she felt the weight of lingering concerns among her friends, their uncertainty palpable in the charged atmosphere. "Mia," she said, noticing her hesitation, "what are your thoughts on revisiting the Eastern Room? I know you had concerns." Mia crossed her arms, her brow furrowed. "I just don't want us to run into another situation like before, you know? What if the structure isn't stable?" Clara took a deep breath, acknowledging the validity of Mia's fears. "You're right to be cautious, but we've learned so much together and developed a strategy to approach this safely." Sam added, "Maybe we could make a checklist of what to look for once we get in there, ensuring we stay focused and prioritize safety first." Clara nodded, feeling grateful for the support and input from her team. "That's a great idea. Let's document everything we can and stay connected throughout the exploration." The group began to respond positively, exchanging ideas and voicing suggestions that touched on their individual strengths and experiences. This conversation illuminated their growth as a cohesive group, reminding Clara that overcoming fears and doubts was part of their journey, not just as explorers, but as a community unified in purpose. With the plan adjusted, Clara rallied the group, encouraging everyone to take a moment to mentally prepare for the exploration ahead. We need to stay focused and committed to our mission, she said, her tone full of conviction. Every find we make is integral to understanding the lighthouse's history. As they gathered their materials, Clara noticed some hesitation linger among the team, particularly from Mia and a few others who still felt uneasy about the risks. Mia, can you help keep track of our findings? Clara asked, recognizing her organizational skills. That way we can stay on task and ensure no one feels overwhelmed. Mia nodded, gratitude filling her gaze, and Clara felt a wave of relief wash over her. Let's make sure we have our communication open at all times, Clara continued, emphasizing the importance of teamwork in navigating potential dangers. The team responded positively, their spirits lifting as they equipped themselves for the challenges ahead, their focus shifting from fear to determination. Clara's ability to engage everyone showcased her growth. She now understood the importance of integrating concern with action, empowering her allies to face the unknown together. As Clara prepared to lead the group back into the lighthouse, she felt the weight of anticipation hanging in the air, charged with energy and determination. Let's stay close and watch out for one another, she reminded the team, her voice firm and clear as they approached the door. The team nodded, a sense of unity forming as they remembered the importance of collaboration amidst uncertainty. She took the lead, opening the door to the eastern room, the air inside cool and musty as shadows danced on the walls from their flashlights. As they stepped inside, Clara quickly scanned the space, hoping to make sense of the remnants left behind and drawing on her earlier experiences to guide their search. Suddenly, she noticed a piece of furniture pushed aside, revealing an old trapdoor embedded in the floor's wooden planks, a hidden layer they hadn't anticipated. "Everyone, come check this out," Clara exclaimed, excitement bubbling inside her as she beckoned her teammates closer. Clara's quick thinking and resourcefulness demonstrated her growth. She seamlessly transitioned their focus from doubt to exploration, ready to uncover what lay beneath the surface and deepen their understanding of the lighthouse's hidden past. As the group gathered around the trapdoor, Clara felt a surge of excitement mixed with a hint of apprehension. This discovery could lead to significant revelations about the lighthouse. "Let's make sure we check this out carefully," she said, her voice steady as she lifted the handle, a feeling of anticipation thrumming in her chest. With a quiet creak, the trapdoor opened, revealing a darkened space below. The scent of damp earth filled the air as Clara peered inside, visibility limited to their flashlight beams. "Is it safe to go down?" one of the younger team members asked, a note of fear creeping into their voice. Clara glanced at Sam, who was already nodding in agreement. "Let's check it out together. We have to look for any potential resources or clues." She took a deep breath, feeling the weight of her leadership in that moment, and cautiously positioned herself to climb down the rickety ladder leading into the unknown. As she descended, Clara felt the energy of the group following her, each member lending a sense of support that strengthened her resolve. The atmosphere brimmed with both tension and excitement. Clara knew that every step into the abyss was a chance to uncover forgotten truths tied deeply to their community. In that instant, she understood that her growth as a leader depended not only on making discoveries, but also on guiding her team through the risks inherent in their quest for knowledge. Chapter 21, The Temptation to Retreat. As the group descended into the hidden chamber beneath the lighthouse, Clara felt a wave of anticipation wash over her, the darkness filled with the scent of age and forgotten memories. It was cooler down there, and the flicker of their flashlights created shadows that danced along the rough stone walls. Clara's heart raced with excitement, but she also felt the weight of responsibility. They had come too far to lose focus now. "Be careful down here," she instructed, her voice echoing softly in the dim light. "Let's keep our eyes open for any clues or artifacts that might help us understand the keeper better." Sam moved closer to Clara, an encouraging smile on his face. "We got this. Just remember to take it slow and communicate." As they spread out to examine the chamber, Clara noticed the way her allies worked diligently, illuminating different areas and sharing their findings with one another. Clara felt a surge of pride course through her as she observed their teamwork, a a stark contrast to the initial tension they had faced. This moment reinforced the importance of their collaboration and the growth she had seen in each of them, believing firmly that together they could uncover the lighthouse's secrets. As Clara examined the walls of the chamber, she noticed various symbols etched into the stone, their significance lost to time but intriguing nonetheless. She gathered her teammates around, pointing to the carvings. These markings could be related to the keeper's notes we found earlier. They might represent key elements of the lighthouse's history. Clara could see the spark of curiosity ignite among her allies as they began to discuss the possible meanings behind the symbols. Mia leaned in closer, her eyes wide with excitement. What if these symbols are indicators of where the keeper hid important items or documents? The group buzzed with ideas, each member contributing their thoughts on how the symbols might lead to their next discoveries, the atmosphere charged with possibilities. Clara felt the energy rise. She knew that this moment was crucial for not only their investigation, but also for solidifying the group's dynamic and collaboration. As they documented the symbols, Clara's leadership grew clearer. She inspired her allies to embrace the mystery and share their insights, reinforcing the notion that every voice mattered in their quest for understanding. As the team continued to analyze the symbols, a feeling of urgency filled the chamber. Clara could sense everyone's anticipation building for what they might uncover. Clara suggested they sketch the carvings and cross-reference them with the journal entries, emphasizing the importance of connecting every detail they'd gathered so far. However, as they worked, a sense of uncertainty churned within the group when one of the members, Ethan, pointed out that some of the markings seemed familiar. "There's something about these symbols. I think I've seen them before," he said, his brow furrowed in concentration. Clara turned to him, intrigued. "Where did you see them? Are they related to the keeper's history?" Ethan hesitated before responding, unsure if his recollection would add to their progress or further complicate their investigation. "I'm not certain, but it could be tied to an old legend that my grandfather used to tell." This revelation sparked a ripple of interest among the group, shifting the focus of the discussion. Clara felt the potential energy of new stories ready to unfold, but also recognized Ethan's uncertainty. "Let's explore that theory," Clara encouraged, wanting to build on Ethan's insight while validating his reservations. "Your grandfather's tales might hold crucial context for our findings here." Encouraged, Ethan began to share what he remembered, and Clara listened intently, taking notes as the team collectively shifted their strategy and perspectives based on his recollections, demonstrating their growth as a cohesive unit. As Ethan began to recount the tales his grandfather had shared with him, Clara felt the energy shift in the room, a sense of anticipation threading through the group. He described a legend of a hidden chamber, supposedly locked away beneath the lighthouse, filled with treasures and secrets forgotten over generations. "The symbols on the wall could be part of a code that leads to it," Ethan explained, excitement igniting in his eyes as he connected the dots between the stories and the markings. The group leaned in closer, hanging on his every word, Clara guiding the discussion with thoughtful questions to help everyone engage with the narrative. "What do you think we need to do to uncover this chamber?" Clara prompted, sensing the surge of ideas and suggestions bubbling to the surface. One of the younger team members suggested, "We should follow the symbols closely, maybe figure out how they align with the layout of the lighthouse." Clara nodded, recognizing the value in this collaborative approach as they brainstormed how best to proceed. She felt a surge of gratitude for the diversity of thoughts that emerged, enhancing their collective perspective. This exchange highlighted how the team was evolving, and Clara realized that their ability to navigate the unknown was strengthened by the stories they shared and the connections they formed. With the new direction in mind, Clara felt a sense of urgency to act, rallying her team to turn their discussions into tangible steps towards uncovering the hidden chamber. "Let's focus on translating the symbols into a plan of action," she said, her voice filled with determination. "If these markings lead us to something significant, we need to be ready to act quickly." As the team sprang into action, Clara assigned specific tasks, Some would document the symbols, while others would search for any references or clues from the logs they had found earlier. Sam took charge of coordinating the documentation, showing confidence in the path Clara laid out, which helped ease any lingering doubts among the group. While everyone worked diligently, Clara felt a renewed sense of leadership. She was not just guiding them, but actively participating in a collective effort fueled by shared goals. Eager to move forward, Clara ensured that everyone felt valued, checking in frequently to see how they were progressing and inviting suggestions for adjustments along the way. Through this process, she recognized her own growth. Clara had transformed from a hesitant participant into a decisive leader, ready to embrace the unfolding adventure ahead. As the team worked diligently, Clara felt their energy shift, a palpable sense of excitement building as they began to connect the dots between the symbols on the wall and the stories they had uncovered. "Look here," Sam called out, excitedly pointing at a particular symbol that matched one of the notes from the keeper's log. "This could be the key to unlocking the hidden chamber." Clara rushed over, feeling a surge of adrenaline as she realized how everything was coming together. "If we can decipher this, we might actually find it," she said, her voice trembling with anticipation. The group leaned in closer, murmuring with enthusiasm, their earlier doubts fading as they imagined what treasures or truths might lie hidden beneath the lighthouse. However, the atmosphere also vibrated with caution. Clara could sense the weight of their mission pressing down as they prepared to face the unknown together. "Remember," Clara said, her tone steady, "we're heading into uncharted territory. Regardless of what we find, we need to support one another." With that, Clara's leadership flourished, igniting a fire within her team as they gathered their resources and launched into an organized search for the hidden chamber. Her confidence surged. Clara understood that her ability to lead the group through complexities was not just about knowledge, but also about fostering trust and unity among them. Chapter 22, The Setback. As Clara and her team prepared to enter the hidden chamber, an unsettling tension filled the air, a thick silence amplifying the weight of their anticipation. Clara felt a mixture of excitement and dread as she stood before the door, knowing they were about to cross into territory that held both answers and potential dangers. "What if we find something we can't handle?" one of the younger members asked, concern creeping into his tone as he glanced nervously at the door. Clara took a deep breath, her heart pounding as she reflected on the stories and lessons they had encountered thus far. "We've prepared for this moment, and we'll face it together," she reassured him, her voice steady despite her own apprehensions. But as Clara turned the handle, a sudden rush of uncertainty washed over her, and she hesitated, considering the weight of their exploration and everything they had invested emotionally and physically. Sam stepped closer, sensing her moment of doubt. "You've got this, Clara. Remember what we learned about trusting each other." With a renewed sense of determination, Clara pushed the door open, the heavy wood creaking as it revealed the darkness beyond, a new chapter unfolding just waiting for them to dive in. As Clara stepped through the door, her flashlight swept across the room, illuminating the cavernous space filled with dust and shadows, remnants of a past long forgotten. The air was thick and still, carrying the scent of damp wood and hidden secrets, as Clara felt her excitement mix with a sense of trepidation. "Wow, look at all this!" Sam exclaimed, his voice echoing slightly as he moved further into the chamber, taking in the scattered artifacts and remnants integrated into the room's architecture. Clara's heart raced. She quickly scanned the space for anything that could provide clues about the lighthouse keeper's life. As they moved deeper, Clara pointed out a series of boxes tucked away in a corner, signaling to the team that they should explore them together. However, just as she stepped forward to inspect one, the floor creaked ominously beneath her, and Clara paused, her instincts crying out for caution. "Let's check the stability of the flooring before moving too aggressively," she suggested, feeling the mix of excitement and fear from her team at the sudden turn of events. Clara's quick adjustment to assess their surroundings showcased her ability to lead effectively, even as uncertainty danced on the edges of their discovery. As Clara examined the floor, she could feel the weight of her team's attention, all eyes on her as they waited for her next move. Ethan stepped cautiously beside her, glancing at the debris scattered throughout the room. "Do you think it's safe to move these boxes?" he asked, his voice laced with uncertainty. Clara nodded, feeling a mixture of pride and responsibility for the group's safety. "Let's take it slow. We'll clear the area and check for anything that might be damaging the structure." Sam chimed in. "I can help with that. We should work together to reinforce any weak spots we find." Clara appreciated Sam's suggestion, encouraging the spirit of teamwork that had blossomed throughout their journey. "Good idea. If we stabilize the area first, it will make exploring much safer." As they started to clear the boxes together, Clara noticed some hesitation in the group, reminiscent of earlier moments filled with doubt, especially among the more cautious members. "Just remember, we're all in this together," Clara reminded them, bringing her focus back to the task at hand while managing the mix of emotions swirling around her. This statement served as a reminder of the strength they had built as a team, further boosting Clara's confidence as she continued to assess their progress and adapt their strategy to the unfolding situation. As Clara and her team meticulously cleared the area, they uncovered more remnants of the past. Old lanterns, logs, and nautical charts that whispered stories of the lighthouse keeper's life. A sense of discovery filled the air, coaxing a mix of awe and exhilaration from the group. Clara felt the energy shift, emboldening her as she encouraged them to explore the significance of their findings. However, just as the atmosphere began to lighten, a sudden loud creak reverberated through the room, echoing ominously against the stone walls, causing everyone to pause and glance at one another. "Is it safe in here?" Mia asked, the worry evident in her voice, her eyes darting toward the ceiling, which seemed to groan under the weight of their presence. Clara tightened her grip on the nearby lantern, feeling the surge of responsibility hit her again. "We need to assess this together," she said, steadying her voice. "Let's all focus now on what we discovered, but also stay cautious." Her team seemed to draw strength from her assuredness as they resumed their search, but Clara could see the lingering tension in their expressions. The earlier sense of excitement was now tinged with concern about the integrity of the lighthouse. As they continued their efforts, this moment became pivotal. Clara recognized that while they were uncovering history, they must also address the immediate threats of their environment, balancing exploration with caution. As the team continued to sift through the remnants, Clara felt the weight of the moment pressing down. The stakes were higher than ever, with the potential for discovery and danger intertwined. With a newfound sense of urgency, she gathered her thoughts and spoke up. "Everyone, let's make sure we're documenting everything we find. We can't afford to overlook anything important." Clara could see the energy in the group falter slightly, uncertainty creeping back into the minds of her allies. Her heart sank as she remembered the previous challenges that had tested their unity, but she quickly resolved to inspire confidence once more. "Remember, we're in this together," she reiterated, firm in her conviction. "Every piece of history we uncover is vital to understanding the lighthouse and how it shapes our community." Feeling a surge of unity, Clara positioned herself at the forefront, scanning their surroundings as they moved together, carefully avoiding weak spots and fallen debris. She encouraged her team to share any findings, reinforcing the idea that input from everyone mattered, no matter how small the discovery might seem. This approach bolstered Clara's confidence. She understood that the key to overcoming obstacles lay in collaboration and communication. Setting a foundation for resilience against whatever challenges lay ahead. With everyone focused on their tasks, Clara felt a sense of purpose grow within her as they uncovered more artifacts, each one pulsating with stories waiting to be told. As the team cataloged their findings, she encouraged discussions around the table, urging everyone to connect the dots between the items and the keeper's legacy. "Look at this entry." Sam pointed to a logbook filled with handwritten notes. "It shows how the keeper recorded weather patterns to help sailors navigate safely." Clara felt a wave of pride as ideas flowed, each contribution adding to the tapestry they were weaving together. This collaborative effort not only preserved the history but also united them in the present. Just then, Mia mentioned that they should consider reaching out to more townsfolk who might have insights about the keeper, suggesting another storytelling event to keep the momentum alive. Clara's eyes lit up at the idea, recognizing that sharing their findings could inspire even deeper ties within the community. In that moment, Clara understood that their work was about more than just exploration. It was about creating a lasting legacy, and her leadership was shaping the way forward. Each decision they made built a bridge between the past and future, reinforcing her commitment to uncovering the lighthouse's secrets. Chapter 23, Forging Alliances. Clara stood at the edge of the lighthouse cliff, her heart racing as she prepared to contact Finn for assistance, knowing his expertise would be invaluable for what lay ahead. The morning sun glinted off the water, and Clara felt the weight of responsibility pressing on her as she gathered her thoughts, aware that seeking aid was crucial for their mission. Pulling out her phone, she hesitated, recalling their earlier encounters and the warmth Finn had brought to their discussions. Clara typed in his number, her fingers trembling slightly, the anticipation mixing with the pressure of the task at hand. "Come on, Finn," she murmured, pressing call as she glanced at Sam, who stood beside her, watching her closely. When Finn picked up, Clara greeted him warmly. "Hey, it's Clara. We've made some significant discoveries and could really use your knowledge on a few things." Finn's voice came through, enthusiastic yet cautious. "Absolutely. What do you need help with?" Clara felt a rush of gratitude. His willingness to assist affirmed the strength of their alliance. "We found some markings and artifacts that seem connected to the keeper, but we need your expertise to interpret them fully." This appeal for help opened the door for a deeper collaboration. Clara felt hopeful as she detailed their findings, ready to forge stronger ties that could pave the way for unearthing even more truths. As Clara continued her conversation with Finn, she felt the excitement building within her as he immediately engaged with her findings. "Those markings could lead to something significant," Finn replied, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. "I remember seeing similar symbols in some old maritime records. They might indicate hidden cache sites." Clara's eyes sparkled with hope as she absorbed his words. "Yes, that's what we were thinking. We need to decode them. Let's meet up later today so I can take a look at the artifacts and any notes you have. We can figure this out together," Finn suggested, his tone assuring. Feeling invigorated, Clara agreed, setting a time and place for their meeting. "Great. I'll gather everything we've collected and be ready." As she hung up, she shared the news with Sam, who smiled broadly. "This is perfect. Finn's insights could change everything for our exploration." The anticipation within the group surged. Clara could sense the renewed determination as everyone recognized the potential impact of involving Finn in their mission. Before departing, Clara took a moment to reflect on how reaching out had opened new doors, reinforcing her belief in collaboration and the strength of community. Each connection they formed brought them closer to uncovering the lighthouse's hidden truths. As Clara and Sam prepared to meet Finn, a mix of excitement and anxiety filled the air. They gathered their notes and artifacts, Clara keenly aware that the insights Finn would bring could make all the difference in their exploration of the lighthouse. Arriving at the designated meeting spot, Clara spotted Finn through the bustling crowd. He waved, his infectious enthusiasm instantly easing her nerves. "Hey, I'm glad we could meet," Clara said, extending her hand as Finn approached, the moment feeling vital for their collaboration. "Absolutely. I can't wait to see what you've discovered," Finn replied, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he glanced at the items in Clara's bag. They settled at a nearby table, Clara laying out the notes, sketches, and artifacts, her heart racing as she prepared to share the depth of their findings. As Finn examined each piece, Clara noticed the way he carefully considered the details, his expressions shifting between intrigue and recognition. "This is fantastic. You've done some remarkable work here," he said, looking up with genuine admiration, fueling Clara's confidence in their efforts. In this moment, Clara recognized that their alliance, strengthened by shared knowledge and purpose, was pivotal in their quest to uncover the truths held within the lighthouse. As Finn meticulously examined the artifacts, Clara felt a swell of anticipation. Each object seemed to pulse with meaning, carrying the weight of stories longing to be told. "Let's look at these markings first," Finn suggested, pointing at the sketches Clara had made from the lighthouse walls. "I think they might align with specific nautical legends." Clara leaned in, her excitement palpable as Finn traced a finger over the symbols, connecting the dots seamlessly while sharing insights she hadn't considered. The keeper not only documented storms, but also the effects they had on the sea routes, he explained, his enthusiasm infectious. "These symbols may indicate ancient paths or sites of shipwrecks." Clara nodded, absorbing the information, feeling the puzzle pieces come together in her mind. "If we can decipher these connections, we might uncover hidden truths that could change the way people view the lighthouse." The team gathered around, listening intently, some taking notes, while others buzzed with excitement about the direction their findings were taking. The energy in the air shifted as Finn continued to speak, sharing stories from the records he had studied, revealing hidden motives of past sailors and their journeys. This dynamic between Clara and Finn showcased the power of collaboration. She recognized that their combined knowledge would be essential to navigate the complexities of the lighthouse's history. In that moment, Clara felt a deep sense of pride. She was no longer just a seeker of knowledge, but a pivotal figure in a cooperative effort that promised to illuminate the community's past. As they delved deeper into their findings, Clara felt a tangible shift in the group's energy. The excitement of discovery mingled with the weight of uncovering their shared history. "Let's organize what we have," Clara suggested, pulling out a large piece of butcher paper to outline their next steps. "We need to track the connections we've identified and build on them." Finn agreed, quickly sketching a diagram that linked the symbols with the stories they'd discussed, illuminating the pathways that led from the past to the present. While Clara worked alongside him, she noticed some resistance from a couple of team members who were apprehensive about committing to the course of action they were considering. "This feels risky. What if we uncover something we can't handle?" one member voiced, reflecting concerns that had echoed throughout their journey. Clara paused, her heart racing as she weighed the implications of their next steps. "We've come too far to let fear dictate our actions. We understand the risks, but we also have a team capable of navigating challenges together." The tension in the room felt charged. Clara could sense her leadership was being tested, but she stood firm, conviction clear in her voice. As they continued to build their strategy, Clara realized that her ability to confront doubts and guide her team was evolving, reinforcing their belief in what they could achieve as a united front. With the strategy taking shape, Clara felt a renewed sense of purpose as they prepared to move forward. She glanced around at her team, their expressions filled with a mix of determination and lingering uncertainty. "Let's finalize our plan," Clara said, her voice steady, rallying the group as they gathered around the large piece of paper filled with sketches and notes. "We need to assign specific roles based on our strengths and what we've learned from our explorations." Sam stepped forward, eager to contribute. "I can lead a team to check the eastern section where we noticed extra symbols. I'll ensure we document everything carefully." Clara nodded appreciatively, feeling the bonds of trust strengthen within the group. "Perfect. And I'll work with Mia and Ethan to go over the artifacts we've gathered so far, looking for any additional clues we might have missed." As they moved to finalize their roles, Clara felt a sense of unity wash over her. They were no longer just individuals working in isolation. They had become a collective, ready to tackle the challenges ahead together. However, a noticeable tension remained in the room, particularly from those who had expressed doubts earlier. Clara recognized this as an opportunity to further bolster their commitment. "Remember, every part of our exploration is valid, and we need to keep the lines of communication open," she reminded them, her resolve shining through as she encouraged them to support one another. Clara felt empowered by this leadership. She understood that their collaboration was the key to overcoming the obstacles they would face, and her ability to integrate everyone's strengths was crucial to their success. Chapter 24, a crucial decision. With the plan finalized and the stakes higher than ever, Clara stood in front of her team, ready to take the next step in their exploration of the lighthouse. The air was thick with anticipation as they prepared to investigate the mysterious symbols deeper within the structure, their earlier successes framing the urgency of their mission. "Today is crucial for understanding the lighthouse's true significance," Clara proclaimed, her voice firm as she surveyed the eager faces around her. She felt the weight of responsibility swell within, knowing that they had come too far to let fear and hesitation hold them back now. "We'll be entering territory that might challenge us, but we have each other to rely on," she continued, reinforcing their bond as a collective united by purpose. As she gathered her notes and checked their supplies, Clara could sense a rising determination in her allies. They were ready to face whatever secrets the lighthouse held for them. This moment solidified her identity as a leader, weaving together the threads of courage, resilience, and hope that would guide them through the challenges they were about to encounter. Clara took a moment to gather everyone around the entrance of the next room, the excitement palpable as they prepared to implement their plan. "Remember, we've worked hard to reach this point, and I want each of you to share your observations as we move forward," she instructed, making eye contact with each team member. With a nod, they agreed, and Clara began to lead the way, her heart racing with anticipation as she swung open the heavy door. The room beyond was dark and cluttered, filled with old furniture and forgotten relics that spoke of a rich history, but Clara couldn't shake the feeling that this space held more than just physical remnants. "Stay close and keep the flashlight steady," she reminded them, her voice steady as she scanned the surroundings for anything that could provide clues. As they stepped inside, Clara noticed a faint outline of a map on the wall, which could hold the key to understanding their next steps, and she felt renewed determination surge within her. "Let's split up and examine the different sections of the room," Clara suggested, eager to keep their minds open to the possibilities that awaited them. With everyone focused and energized, Clara felt confident that despite the impending challenges, they were ready to face whatever mysteries the lighthouse had yet to reveal. As the team dispersed to explore the room, Clara felt a surge of excitement mixed with apprehension. What they uncovered could significantly alter their understanding of the lighthouse. She moved cautiously toward the wall displaying the faint map, tracing her fingers lightly over the surface, feeling the grooves in the old wood, hoping to decipher its meaning. Nearby, Sam and Mia examined a stack of old journals, their expressions alternating between curiosity and surprise as they skimmed through the yellowed pages. "Clara, you have to see this!" Sam called out, excitement bubbling in his voice. Clara turned, her pulse quickening as she hurried over to join them, eager to know what find could enhance their gathered knowledge. "Look at these entries," Mia said, pointing to a passage that detailed weather patterns and ship movements tied to significant events in the town's history. "Is this related to the maps?" Clara asked, her excitement evident as she grasped the potential connections forming. But just then, the floor creaked ominously, and Clara felt a flicker of doubt as she absorbed the implications of their discoveries. The excitement was entwined with the realization of the dangers that had plagued the lighthouse for years. Clara steeled herself, determined not to allow anxiety to overshadow the progress they had made, ready to engage the group in discussing the significance of what they had found while savoring the thrill of the unfolding mystery. Clara took a deep breath, centering herself as she considered the weight of what lay before them. "Okay, we need to stay focused," she said, her voice steady amidst the growing waves of uncertainty. "What we've found here is significant, and we need to document everything before we proceed." The team nodded, and she could see the determination returning to their expressions. Sam set down the journal and began taking notes, recording their observations while another member of the team scrolled through the notes Clara had previously taken about the keeper's history. As they worked together, Clara felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. The potential for discovery felt monumental, yet the specter of danger still lingered in the air. Drawing on experiences from earlier explorations, Clara encouraged dialogue, urging the team to share insights as they pieced together the information before them. Let's talk about the implications of this map and what the entries mean for our next steps, Clara proposed, facilitating the conversation to ensure everyone felt engaged and valued. In this charged moment, Clara recognized her capability as a leader, understanding that her ability to navigate uncertainty depended on the collaboration and trust built within the group. As the group engaged in lively discussions about their findings, Clara felt an exhilaration wash over her. The earlier tension had transformed into a collaborative spirit. Based on this map, it looks like there may be hidden compartments tied to the keeper's duties, she said, pointing at the lines and symbols with renewed confidence. The team gathered around, eyes wide with intrigue as they absorbed Clara's observations. Ethan chimed in, backing her up with his own insights. If we follow these markings, we might discover where he kept important documents related to his work. Clara could feel the energy in the room shifting, a tangible enthusiasm building as they united around the common goal of uncovering the lighthouse's secrets. But amidst the excitement, Mia raised a concern. What if we find something that shifts our understanding of the keeper's true story? Are we ready for that? Clara paused, reflecting on the potential impact of their findings. We have to be prepared for anything. Understanding the complexities of his story is essential for honoring his legacy. This openness stimulated an honest dialogue among the group, showcasing Clara's growth as a leader. She encouraged her allies to embrace not only the excitement of discovery, but also the emotional weight accompanying their exploration. Clara's willingness to address concerns emphasized her commitment to navigating uncertainties together, solidifying the bonds they had forged on this journey. With their discussions growing more intense, Clara felt a surge of determination. They were on the verge of uncovering something significant. Let's not forget about our safety as we move forward, she reminded the group, her voice firm yet supportive, embracing her role as a leader while pushing toward their shared goal. As the team prepared to explore the markings on the map, Clara organized them into pairs again, ensuring everyone felt confident in their tasks while emphasizing that communication remained key. Remember, if something doesn't feel right, we regroup, she said, solidifying their commitment to working together as they prepared to venture further into the lighthouse. Clara noticed a renewed sense of camaraderie as they exchanged glances, a shared understanding emerging among them. Each member stepped forward, ready to embrace the journey ahead. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement and purpose as they gathered their collected findings, feeling the potential discoveries intertwine with their growing bond as a team. In this moment, Clara reflected on how far they had come, recognizing that their adaptability and commitment to connecting with one another would be essential as they faced whatever challenges awaited them in the depths of the lighthouse. Chapter 25, Mobilizing for Discovery. As the team gathered in the lighthouse's central chamber, Clara felt a sense of anticipation and urgency as they prepared to execute their plan. The energy in the room was electric, infused with a mix of excitement and nervousness. They were on the cusp of uncovering the secrets they had sought for so long. Clara paced back and forth, organizing her thoughts as she outlined the tasks they needed to accomplish before proceeding further into their exploration. All right, everyone, let's make sure we know our roles. We'll split into groups to cover more ground and document everything, she declared, her voice steady and resolute. She assigned Sam to lead a team to examine the upper floors, while she took charge of the artifacts they had gathered, planning to analyze their significance more closely. Clara felt reassured as she observed the dynamic shift. Her team was embracing their responsibilities, ready to take ownership of their roles in this critical moment. With everything set in motion, Clara felt a surge of confidence as they prepared to embark on the next phase of their adventure, united by a shared mission that had drawn them all together. As the teams dispersed to their designated areas, Clara felt a renewed sense of purpose coursing through her. She organized the artifacts on a long table, eager to delve deeper into their history. While arranging the items, she examined the old logbooks and fragments of documents they had collected, hoping to unravel mysteries woven into their pages. Clara flipped through a particularly weathered book, her fingers grazing the brittle pages, revealing entries filled with observations and notes from the lighthouse keeper about the tides and weather changes over the years. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. It was Mia, peering over Clara's shoulder. "Do you think these logs could point to hidden features of the lighthouse?" Clara's heart raced with excitement. "Definitely. If we can cross-reference these notes with what we've seen, we might uncover connections to the symbols we've explored." Mia nodded, her eyes brightening with renewed enthusiasm as she leaned closer to study the logs with Clara, their earlier concerns forgotten in the spirit of discovery. Clara appreciated Mia's input, recognizing how the collaboration enriched their efforts and strengthened their quest for knowledge. In that moment, Clara felt the weight of their collective purpose solidify, energized by the possibilities that lay before them, ready to face challenges and discoveries together. As Clara continued to investigate the artifacts, she felt a sense of urgency growing within the group, fueled by their enthusiasm and the anticipation of uncovering something significant. Flipping the pages of the logbook, she stumbled upon a passage that detailed a stormy night when several ships had floundered near the lighthouse, a crucial event that connected to the symbols they had discovered earlier. "Everyone, listen to this," Clara called out. Drawing the attention of her teammates who gathered around her, curiosity ignited in their expressions. She read aloud the entries, each word pulling them deeper into the history of the keeper and revealing how he had managed to guide ships safely through perilous waters. As she shared the stories, Clara noticed the varied reactions from her team. Some expressed awe, while others showed signs of concern for the dangers the keeper faced. "Do you think we should visit the spot where those ships sank?" one team member asked, her voice tinged with excitement and a hint of fear. Clara paused, weighing the implications of that suggestion. Though the prospect carried risks, she remembered how sitting idle would not foster their understanding. "Yes, if we approach with caution and teamwork, we can learn from what happened and see how it connects to our mission," Clara replied, feeling a surge of determination as she encouraged the discussion to evolve. The group's energy shifted, everyone animatedly sharing thoughts on potential plans, showcasing their collective resolve as they prepared to face the story of the lighthouse and its keeper head-on. As the discussion about exploring the shipwrecks unfolded, Clara felt a mix of excitement and apprehension ripple through the group. "What if we find more artifacts or evidence of what happened?" one of the younger team members asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. "That could really change our understanding of the keeper's story," Mia added, her voice filled with enthusiasm but tinged with caution. Clara noticed among them a few hesitant expressions, particularly from some older townsfolk who were still wary about venturing close to areas connected with loss and tragedy. "Everyone, I understand your concerns," Clara began, raising her hand to get their attention. "But remember, the keeper faced danger head-on, and it's our turn to learn from those experiences." She could see the group weighing her words. Some felt inspired, while others remained skeptical about pushing forward. "Well, if we're going to do this," Ethan finally spoke up, his determination building, "we need to make a solid plan to ensure we stay safe." Clara nodded, appreciating his comment. "Exactly. We'll map out the areas we explore, sticking together as a team at all times." As the group began discussing logistics and contingencies, Clara felt a sense of confidence bloom within her. This moment reinforced her growth as a leader, recognizing that her ability to navigate both the excitement of discovery and the weight of collective fears would ultimately guide them on their journey. As the conversation deepened, Clara felt the team's enthusiasm surge, the energy in the room transcending their earlier uncertainties. Each member contributed ideas, suggesting various artifacts to look for and potential methods to document their findings, reinforcing a collective drive toward exploration. "Let's take turns leading smaller groups," Sam proposed, bringing attention to the need for teamwork and support as they ventured out. Clara nodded, grateful for his initiative. "That's a great idea. We can cover more ground and ensure everyone feels involved." As they organized themselves into groups, Clara noticed a couple of team members exchanging worried glances, still unsure about the risks they faced. "I know this might seem daunting," Clara addressed the group, her voice steady. "But I truly believe every step we take brings us closer to uncovering important truths." One of the hesitant team members spoke up, revealing their fears about potential dangers ahead. "What if we encounter other people looking for the same things?" Clara considered the comment seriously, understanding that the competition for historical recognition could complicate their efforts. "If we do, we'll navigate that together." Her ability to acknowledge concerns while remaining focused demonstrated her growth. Clara recognized that effective leadership included managing not just tasks, but the emotional landscape of her team. With each member feeling valued and heard, they became increasingly aligned, collectively prepared to embrace the adventure that awaited them in the shadow of the lighthouse. With the teams assembled and the plan in place, Clara felt a sense of unity and determination fill the room. "Let's get started," she declared, a wave of excitement and energy surging through her as she motioned for everyone to follow her lead. They moved out of the lighthouse and towards the path leading to the coastal area, where they anticipated finding remnants of shipwrecks. Clara felt the weight of her leadership settle upon her, ensuring everyone remained focused on their goals as they navigated the rugged terrain. With each step, Clara encouraged her teammates, sharing observations and insights she had gathered, prompting the group to voice their thoughts and ideas. As they reached the first landmark, a weathered piece of wood jutting out of the sand, Clara felt a rush of triumph. Their commitment to uncovering history was blossoming, further solidifying bonds among them. In this moment, Clara's confidence radiated. She recognized that each find, each interaction, and each collaborative effort was shaping their adventure and the legacy they were creating together. Chapter 26, The Test of Trust. As Clara and her team ventured further along the rocky coastline, the excitement of their discoveries was soon overshadowed by an unsettling silence. The sun hung low in the sky, casting elongated shadows that danced across the sand, while Clara's heart raced, anticipating what they might find. However, as they reached a point where the remnants of old shipwrecked timbers lay scattered, Clara felt an uneasy tension settling amongst her allies. "Where's Ethan?" Sam suddenly asked, looking back at the group with concern. Clara's stomach dropped as they realized Ethan had lagged behind, distracted by the shoreline's beauty and lost in his thoughts. "Ethan!" Clara called, her voice echoing against the cliffs, but there was no response. A ripple of anxiety spread through the team as they turned to search for him. "We should split up and look for him," Clara suggested, her determination surfacing amid the growing unease. Just as they began to organize into searching pairs, a distant crashing wave crescendoed, compelling Clara to swallow her rising panic and maintain focus. "We have to stay calm and find him," she urged, her heart pounding, understanding that their collective safety was paramount. The stakes felt higher than ever, prompting Clara to act decisively, reminding herself that their unity and communication would guide them through this unexpected challenge. Clara quickly organized the team into pairs, her voice rising above the sound of the crashing waves as she assigned roles. "Sam, you partner with Mia. Check along the rocks. I'll take Ethan's direction along the beach." The urgency in her tone galvanized the group into action, each member knowing the importance of finding their missing ally quickly. Clara felt a surge of determination as she began walking, scanning the shoreline for any sign of Ethan while keeping her thoughts focused on the task at hand. Her heart raced, not just from worry for Ethan's safety, but from the responsibility of leading her team through this crisis. As she searched, Clara recalled the connection she had forged with Ethan during their earlier adventures. He was an integral part of their mission, and leaving him behind was not an option. With every passing moment, she felt the weight of her duties press upon her, yet her resolve only strengthened. She knew she had to find him, not only for his safety, but to maintain the trust and unity they had built as a team. Then, as she reached a cluster of rocks, Clara paused, her breath catching as she caught sight of a figure in the distance. Ethan, sitting on the sand, staring out at the ocean. Clara approached Ethan cautiously, her heart pounding as she called out, "Ethan, there you are. We were worried about you." He slowly turned his head, a look of surprise crossing his face, but his gaze quickly returned to the ocean, as if mesmerized by the crashing waves. "Sorry, I got lost in thought," he replied quietly, his tone distant. "I was just thinking about the stories and how they connect to everything we're doing." Clara felt a mix of relief and concern. While she understood the allure of the stories, she worried about the importance of staying focused on their mission. "Come on, we need to get back to the group," Clara urged, her voice more firm. "We're all in this together, and we need everyone's input to move forward." Ethan finally stood, brushing sand from his clothes, yet she could see the lingering fog of doubt in his eyes. "Yeah, sometimes it feels overwhelming. What if we don't find what we're looking for?" Clara placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, grounding him in the moment. "Every discovery is a part of our journey, Ethan. We're not just looking for artifacts. We're uncovering our community's heritage, and that matters." This interaction shifted his expression, a flicker of understanding sparking in his eyes. Clara knew that addressing his worries could strengthen their bond, reminding him of the collective trust needed to tackle the challenges ahead. As they made their way back to the group, Clara noticed Ethan's demeanor gradually shift, a spark of renewed purpose igniting in his eyes. Once they rejoined the others, Clara could feel the energy in the air pulse with anticipation, and she wasted no time in channeling their momentum. "Great news, everyone. We're back on track," Clara announced, her tone crisp and motivating. "Ethan and I just discussed the importance of everyone's contributions moving forward." Sam chimed in, eager to maintain the positive atmosphere. "We've all faced fear and uncertainty, but we have solid plans to navigate this together." Clara saw various expressions in the group. Some still showed lingering doubts, while others appeared rejuvenated by the conversation. Encouraged, she continued, "These feelings are valid, but remember that every step we take in understanding our history strengthens our connections as a community." Ethan's earlier hesitation melted away as he found his voice amidst the group, sharing thoughts that echoed Clara's sentiments, reinforcing their collective purpose. In this exchange, Clara recognized how addressing individual concerns not only fortified relationships, but also fostered a deeper sense of unity. Her ability to guide the team through the mixed emotions showcased her growth as a leader, reminding everyone that they were stronger together as they prepared to tackle the next phase of their journey. As the group discussed their plans, Clara felt the weight of their collective motivations and desires intertwining, creating a potent synergy among them. She turned to the map they had laid out on a nearby table, tracing her finger along the marked paths and locations of interest. "Let's focus our efforts on these areas first. They seem to hold significant historical relevance." While she spoke, Clara noticed some of the seasoned townsfolk exchanging glances, evaluating the direction of the conversation. One elder, a woman named Edie, raised her hand. "What if we uncover something troubling? Are we truly prepared for that?" Clara felt a renewed sense of responsibility as the questions shifted back onto her. "Every piece of information we gather is essential. It may be difficult, but understanding our past allows us to shape a healthier future." The group fell silent, contemplating her words, and Clara could sense a growing trust alongside the weight of her leadership. Individual apprehensions began to dissolve as they immersed themselves in the planning process, rekindled by Clara's determination to face whatever challenges lay ahead. In this moment, Clara understood that her growth was not just about uncovering truths, but about leading her community through the complexities of their shared journey. With Clara's reassurance hanging in the air, the team began to feel a renewed sense of energy, ready to face whatever lay ahead with determination. They gathered their supplies, excitement building as they prepared to embark on the next phase of the exploration. "Let's make sure we keep an eye on each other, especially as we navigate through the more challenging areas," Clara reminded everyone, her voice steady and confident. She noticed that some of the younger team members exchanged glances, their earlier doubts subsiding in light of Clara's enthusiasm. As they began to move toward the designated locations on the map, Clara felt a surge of pride in their unity and shared purpose. Together, they were not just seeking artifacts, they were uncovering the very essence of their community's history and legacy. Clara took a deep breath, feeling the weight of responsibility transform into determination. She knew their journey would lead to more than just discoveries. It would foster connections that would endure long after their mission was complete. Chapter 27, Unlocking Potential. Clara stood at the edge of the forest, the sun filtering through the trees as she reviewed the plan for the day with her team. They were preparing to set traps and mark significant locations based on the discoveries they had documented, each action driven by the collective goal of uncovering the lighthouse's hidden truths. Feeling a surge of responsibility, Clara called everyone together, eager to ensure they were all on the same page before moving ahead. "Today is important, and each of you has a role that matters," she said, her voice firm yet encouraging. "Let's go over our tasks and make sure we're ready for anything." The team gathered around, eyes focused on Clara as she began assigning them roles. Who would scout ahead, who would set up traps, and who would document their findings. As she coordinated their efforts, Clara felt the weight of her leadership grow. She recognized how vital it was for everyone to feel confident in their capabilities and their contributions. The discussions flowed as she moved through the group, clarifying responsibilities while encouraging input from members, reinforcing their sense of teamwork. Clara could feel the energy shift, an infectious enthusiasm permeating the air as they brought their ideas together, ready to take actionable steps toward their shared discovery. As Clara assigned tasks, she noticed the diverse strengths of her team becoming more evident. Each member was eager to contribute to the exploration of the lighthouse. "Okay, let's ensure we have everything we need," Clara instructed, pacing through the group and checking supplies. "Can we count on your tools, Sam?" "Absolutely," Sam replied, displaying a toolbox full of ropes and gear, his enthusiasm infectious. "I've gathered extra supplies in case we need them." Clara felt a wave of relief wash over her. Their teamwork was taking shape, and she could see the commitment in everyone's eyes growing stronger. Mia stepped forward, holding a set of maps they had gathered. "I think we should focus on the northern section today. It could lead to uncovering some hidden history." Clara nodded approvingly, recognizing the strategic thinking among her team. "Let's incorporate that into our plan. It's great to know we're all on the same page." As they set their course, Clara felt the energy shift to one of collaboration and purpose, each member now actively participating in their mission. This dynamic not only showcased her growth as a leader, but also reinforced the idea that every voice mattered in their quest for discovery. As the teams prepared to move out, Clara felt a surge of urgency mixed with excitement. Today was pivotal, and every action counted. "Let's stick to the plan as we head into the northern section," she reiterated, reminding everyone to pay attention to the details they had discussed. They moved through the woods toward the lighthouse, Clara leading the way with confidence while checking in with her team members. "Sam, make sure to scout ahead and look for any potential hazards," she instructed, knowing his sharp instincts would be crucial on their journey. Clara felt a renewed sense of responsibility. She had learned early on that staying connected with each team member was vital in navigating challenges. As they reached the edge of the northern section, Clara spotted several overgrown paths that had clearly been neglected, aware that this could hold important discoveries or unforeseen dangers. "Everyone, let's take a moment to assess our environment," she said, her voice steady, encouraging her team to observe their surroundings while remaining focused and vigilant for anything unusual. As Clara directed the team to survey their surroundings, she noticed the diverse reactions among her comrades. Some were eager, while others looked apprehensive about what lay hidden in the dense brush. "Let's move forward carefully," Clara reminded them, her voice firm and clear, trying to bolster confidence. "We need to keep our eyes open for anything unusual." Just then, a rustling sound in the underbrush made everyone freeze. Clara's heart raced as she exchanged glances with Sam, who raised an eyebrow, silently asking if they should investigate. "It could be just an animal," Clara suggested, forcing herself to remain calm. "But let's approach with caution. Sam, can you check it out?" Sam nodded and moved closer, flashlight aimed at the source of the sound, while Clara felt a mix of pride and anxiety for relying on his swift instincts. When Sam returned, he wore a thoughtful expression. It was just a rabbit, but it's a reminder to stay alert. We can't let our guard down. Clara felt the weight of their situation, understanding the importance of remaining vigilant despite the initial excitement of exploration. Let's keep moving and remember to support one another, she encouraged, recognizing that the unexpected could easily challenge their unity and resolve as they ventured deeper into the unknown. As they moved further into the northern section, Clara felt a mix of excitement and anxiety, the weight of responsibility hanging heavily in the air. The group paused occasionally to observe significant markings on the terrain. Clara encouraged them to take notes and photograph anything that stood out. "Look at this," Mia exclaimed, kneeling beside a peculiar rock formation that resembled a natural waypoint. "This could relate to the symbols we saw in the lighthouse." Clara approached, her pulse quickening at the prospect of connecting the dots between their discoveries. "Let's document it carefully," she instructed, feeling the adrenaline surge as they worked together. However, she noticed some team members still grappling with fear. Hesitant eyes lingered on the deeper shadows of the woods, seeming to question the wisdom of their venture. "Don't let doubt cloud our mission," Clara said, her voice steady. "We've come prepared and learned to rely on each other. Remember what we have achieved together so far." As the team continued to explore, Clara felt the dynamic shift. Every discovery was interwoven with solidarity, reinforcing their commitment to the journey. This unity sparked a deeper sense of purpose within her, compelling Clara to drive forward, confident that their collaboration would guide them through any obstacles ahead. As the group pressed on, Clara felt a sense of urgency grow stronger with each step deeper into the woods. A shimmer caught her eye. A small, rusted compass lay half buried in the leaves, reminiscent of the one she had found on her earlier journey. "Everyone, look at this," Clara called, kneeling to pull the compass from its resting place, excitement bubbling up as she turned it over in her hands. "It's just like the one I found before," she said, glancing around at her colleagues. "These markers could lead us to where the keeper's secrets are hidden." The group rallied around her, Sam fitting the compass into the context of their findings, connecting it to the symbols they had discovered. "Let's use it to guide our next steps," he suggested, his confidence solidifying Clara's belief that they could navigate the unknown together. As they settled on the next location, Clara felt invigorated. The compass symbolized not just direction, but the ability to forge a path toward understanding their shared history. With spirits lifted, Clara encouraged everyone to engage deeply with what lay ahead, reminding them that every find was a step closer to uncovering the lighthouse's mysteries, weaving them together in their shared narrative. Chapter 28, The Confrontation. Clara stood at the threshold of the tower, her heart pounding with anticipation as she prepared to lead her team into the next phase of their adventure. The air was thick with a mix of excitement and apprehension, and Clara could feel the weight of her team's expectations pressing down on her shoulders. "All right, everyone," she said, her voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through her. "We've come too far to turn back now. Let's uncover the truth that lies beneath this tower." She pushed open the heavy door, revealing a darkened stairwell that spiraled upwards, shadows playing tricks on her senses as her flashlight beam flickered across the stone walls. With a quick glance to her allies, Clara felt the heat of determination igniting among them. They exchanged nods, ready to face whatever awaited them inside. As they ascended the stairs, Clara could hear the distant sound of wind howling outside, a reminder of the tempest they had previously confronted. But this time, she felt resolute. Pushing through the fear of the unknown, Clara led by example, each step affirming her commitment to their shared purpose and the legacy they sought to uncover together. As Clara climbed the stairs, the narrow space around her tightened, shadows flickering with every upward step they took. The air was still, holding a sense of tension as the team pressed on, their flashlights cutting through the darkness, illuminating patches of dust and cobwebs that clung to the walls. "Stay close, everyone," Clara instructed, her voice calm as they reached a landing halfway up. She glanced back at her team, reassured by their focused expressions, but still aware of the historical weight bearing down on them. "Let's take a moment to assess the next steps." There's a chance we could find another clue that could unravel the mystery, she said, fostering a collective commitment to their mission. Just then, Sam noticed an inscription etched into the wall, drawing everyone's attention as they gathered around to inspect it closely. "Look at this. It looks like it's part of the same set of markings we found earlier," he said, excitement bubbling in his voice. Clara felt a surge of adrenaline. The thought that they were nearing a significant discovery pushed her forward, reminding her of the importance of perseverance in the face of uncertainty. As the team huddled around the inscription, Clara felt a mix of excitement and pressure. This was their moment to unravel the mysteries surrounding the lighthouse. Sam traced his finger along the markings, recalling their earlier discussions about how the symbols might correlate with the keeper's logbook entries. "This aligns with what we found earlier about the storms," he pointed out, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. "It looks like this could indicate safe paths during bad weather." Clara absorbed his insights, feeling a sense of urgency bubble within her. Every connection they uncovered brought them closer to understanding the keeper's legacy. But as they studied the inscription, a distant crash echoed from the tower above them, causing Clara's heart to skip a beat. "What was that?" one of the children asked, eyes wide with fear, immediately drawing the group's attention away from their focus. Clara quickly steadied her breathing, her instincts kicking in. "We need to stay calm and focus on what we can control right now," she urged, attempting to quell the rising anxiety in the air. As the group exchanged concerned glances, Clara's resolve solidified. She understood that they were on the brink of something significant, and together they could navigate whatever challenges arose. Clara felt the tension shift in the room as the distant crash reverberated through the tower, a reminder of the precariousness of their situation. "Let's regroup and make sure everyone is safe," she insisted, her voice rising above the lingering fear that hung in the air. She gathered the group closer, ensuring that everyone remained focused and aware of their surroundings. "We can't let this derail our progress. We need to check and see if the noise is a direct threat." With quick, decisive motions, Clara led them toward the staircase, encouraging everyone to remain vigilant. "Stick together. If something else happens, we'll handle it as a team." As they ascended, Clara's heart raced, a blend of anxiety and adrenaline propelling her forward. She felt an unwavering commitment to protect her allies while navigating the unfolding mystery. "Sam, stay close," she urged, sensing his presence providing stability as they moved upward, the group leaning on each other for strength. As they reached the landing, Clara resolved to be proactive and assertive, fully aware that the challenges they faced would require careful coordination and strategic thinking from everyone involved. As they reached the top of the stairs, the heavy door loomed ahead, its weathered surface bearing the marks of time and the stories held within. Clara pushed it open cautiously, revealing a large space filled with old lanterns and dust-covered shelves, the air thick with history and possibility. "Everyone, keep your eyes peeled for anything unusual," Clara instructed, stepping inside with purpose while her flashlight illuminated the corners of the room. Sam moved alongside her, his expression attentive, ready to offer support as they began exploring the area for any clues related to their discoveries. As they examined the remnants of the past, Clara felt the weight of responsibility settle on her. She understood the importance of uncovering the Lightkeeper's legacy and how their findings could benefit the community. Suddenly, a low rumble shook the floor beneath them, causing Clara to freeze, a jolt of fear rushing through as she scanned the room for potential dangers. "Stay calm," she urged, her voice steady but firm, reinforcing her leadership in a moment where uncertainty threatened to creep in again. Clara took a moment to steady her breath, focusing on the heavy weight of historical presence around her as the room settled into an eager silence. As the dust swirled around them, she encouraged her team to spread out, searching for any clues that might tie the artifacts and stories together. "Remember to share your findings as you go," Clara said, her voice echoing with assurance as she noticed the hesitance in some faces. "We're building a narrative here, and each piece matters. While the team dispersed, Clara found herself drawn to a particularly old lantern hanging from the ceiling, its structure still solid despite the layers of dust. She carefully approached, feeling a connection to the past as she wondered if this lantern had once guided ships safely to shore. Just then, Mia called out from across the room, excitement lacing her voice. "Clara, you need to see this. I found an old logbook with entries from the keeper." Clara turned, exhilaration coursing through her at the prospect of uncovering more pieces of the keeper's story. This moment solidified her understanding that they were all part of something larger, each discovery bringing them closer to unearthing the lighthouse's truth. It felt as if every footstep they took was a movement toward embracing their shared legacy. Chapter 29, Consequences of Conflict. As the dust settled after the confrontation with Petra and her crew, Clara took a moment to gather her thoughts, feeling the weight of what had transpired hang heavily in the air. She surveyed the room, noting the remnants of their recent conflict, the scattered artifacts, the expressions of uncertainty among her teammates, and the profound impact the encounter had left behind. Clara could see that their explorations had taken a toll. Some teammates were visibly shaken, while others wore expressions of determination tinged with apprehension. "Let's regroup," she called out, her voice a steady anchor amidst the chaos. "We need to assess not only what we've lost, but also what we still have and how we can move forward." As the team gathered around her, Clara felt a mix of urgency and responsibility, understanding that her leadership was crucial in this moment to restore morale and focus. She initiated a quick discussion about the state of their findings, encouraging everyone to share their thoughts on how they could still make progress despite the setback. Clara's heart raced as she realized that the journey ahead was not just about the artifacts, but about rebuilding trust and resilience within the group, facing the uncertainty of the lighthouse as a united front. Clara guided her team in assessing the artifacts they had gathered, her focus honing in on each piece that remained intact despite the earlier chaos. "Let's separate everything we have into categories, those that are historical artifacts and those that are personal items related to the keeper," she suggested, her voice steady as they organized their findings on the table. The team nodded, eagerness igniting their spirits as they started the task, digging through boxes and piles of items to figure out what they had left. As they sorted, Clara noticed moments of reflection among her teammates. Some were visibly relieved to see the remnants of their hard work, while others still grappled with the emotional impact of the confrontation. Sam approached Clara, holding up a fragile journal they'd salvaged, its cover tattered but the pages surprisingly intact. "This might give us more insight into the keeper's life. We should prioritize examining it." Clara smiled, feeling a renewed sense of hope. "Absolutely. Let's document everything we can. Every piece tells a part of the story." The atmosphere shifted. Clara could sense their collective momentum building as they rediscovered purpose within the chaos. Although the earlier setback weighed on them, Clara realized that their ability to adapt and remain focused on their mission would not only define their exploration, but also strengthen their resilience as a community. As Clara and her team continued sorting through the artifacts, she felt a mix of pride and urgency as they organized the remnants of their exploration. "Let's take a quick inventory of what we have left," she suggested, glancing around the table filled with scattered items. "We might have more than we initially thought." Eager hands reached out to examine various objects, and Clara watched as the excitement grew among her team when they recognized pieces that had historical significance. "Hey, this lantern. We barely had a chance to look at it before," one crew member said, lifting it from the pile, their enthusiasm evident. Clara encouraged everyone to share their thoughts on how different items connected to the stories of the lighthouse keeper, sparking conversation and igniting new ideas. However, amidst the discoveries, Clara sensed some lingering unease in the room. The earlier encounter with Petra had shaken the team, leaving doubts clouding their spirits. "Remember," Clara said, addressing the group, "this is still about more than artifacts. It's about understanding our history, facing our fears, and honoring our connection to this lighthouse." Her words seemed to resonate, reassuring some of the team members and reinforcing the shared purpose that had drawn them together. In that moment, Clara recognized her growth. She had transformed her leadership into one that fostered collaboration, demonstrating that setbacks could pave the way for fresh insights and unity. As Clara and the team surveyed their findings, the excitement pulsed through the room. But Clara could also feel the undercurrent of tension lingering from their earlier confrontation. The atmosphere shifted when one of the younger team members, visibly anxious, spoke up. "What if Petra comes back? Is this even worth it?" Clara paused, acknowledging the concern as she looked around at the group, the faces she had come to care about reflecting a mix of courage and apprehension. "We've come too far to turn back now," she replied, her voice steady yet soothing. "This lighthouse holds too much history for us to ignore, and we are all integral to uncovering that together." Mia chimed in, her expression determined. "We should be prepared just in case. Maybe reinforce our positions?" "Good thinking, Mia," Clara said. "Let's set some lookout points and ensure we have a safe exit. We'll face any challenges as a team." With this renewed sense of vigilance, the team began to adjust their strategy, instantly rallying around Clara's leadership. Clara sensed their commitment solidifying. She knew that her ability to confront their doubts and guide them through adversity would play a critical role in shaping their mission. As they settled into their new roles, Clara felt empowered, understanding that their collective strength was the key to overcoming challenges as they ventured deeper into the lighthouse. Clara felt the energy in the room shift as they adjusted their plan. The earlier doubts began to fade, replaced by a renewed commitment to their shared mission. She watched as the team rallied, each member focused on their roles, determination etched on their faces as they fortified their positions within the lighthouse. "Let's stay focused and keep the lines of communication open," Clara reminded them, her voice firm yet reassuring as she moved through the group, checking in on their preparations. As they organized the supplies and secured potential exit routes, Clara's heart surged with pride. She could see the growth in her teammates, their willingness to contribute fueled by a sense of unity they had built together. Sam approached her, a look of admiration in his eyes. "You really pulled us together today. I can feel the difference. You've inspired us all." Clara felt warmth flood her chest. His words served as a reminder of the journey they had undertaken and the importance of their collaboration. She understood that they were not just facing external challenges. They were cultivating a bond that would carry them through any adversity. With the sense of purpose revitalized, Clara took a moment to appreciate how far they'd come, feeling prepared to lead her team into the unknown, knowing they would face whatever lay ahead together. As Clara and her team finalized their preparations, she felt a sense of excitement and purpose wash over her once more. "All right, everyone, let's make sure we know where we're headed," she said, addressing her team with renewed vigor. With a quick glance around, she noticed a palpable buzz of anticipation among her allies. They were eager to take the next steps toward uncovering the lighthouse's secrets. Clara pointed to the maps they had spread out on the table, illustrating their intended paths and key areas to investigate. "These are the spots we believe will yield the most significant discoveries. We'll start with this area here," she explained, drawing attention to a marked location. As she detailed their course of action, team members nodded, feeling engaged in the collective mission as they prepared to embark on this next adventure. Just then, a hesitant voice broke through the excitement. "What if we find something we're not prepared for?" one team member asked, reflecting lingering doubts in the air. Clara took a moment, sensing the need to address this concern directly. "Every journey has its risks, but we have each other. Our teamwork is our greatest asset, and we can adapt as we go." Encouraged by her confidence, the team began to gear up, their resolve solidifying as Clara's leadership inspired trust and commitment to the mission. With spirits lifted, Clara felt ready to move forward, her heart steady as they embraced the adventure that awaited them in the lighthouse's depths. Chapter 30, A Moment of Clarity. With the lantern room's mysteries slowly unfolding, Clara felt a surge of clarity wash over her as she pieced together the connections between the symbols and the lighthouse keeper's story. The excitement of discovery mingled with a sense of purpose as she examined the newly uncovered items, each one revealing layers of history that intertwined with her own journey. "Everyone, gather around," Clara called, sensing the momentum building among her teammates. "We need to discuss what we've discovered and how it shapes our understanding moving forward." As the team came together, Clara laid out the artifacts on the table, each item narrating a part of the keeper's legacy, and she could see the spark of inspiration lighting up their faces. "Look at how these pieces tell the story of resilience and dedication," Clara said, her voice filled with conviction. "These aren't just objects. They're symbols of the lives he touched and the storms he weathered." The group nodded, feeling the weight of her words as they began to connect emotionally with the artifacts, understanding their significance within the broader narrative of the lighthouse. With each detail shared and every connection recognized, Clara felt her resolve strengthen. This journey was no longer just about discovery, but about honoring the legacy they had collectively embraced. As the group deliberated on their findings, Clara felt the weight of the moment as they faced a crossroads, filled with potential but also uncertainty. She was acutely aware of the significance of their discoveries. They could change how the community viewed their history and the lighthouse itself. Clara suggested they brainstorm how to present these artifacts to the townsfolk, emphasizing the need to highlight both the keeper's personal sacrifices and the collective narrative they had uncovered. "Let's make sure we connect these stories to our current experiences," Clara urged, her voice steady as she looked around at her team. "We want the community to see not just the past, but how it reflects on who we are now." A few members hesitated, their previous excitement tempered by the weight of what sharing these truths could mean. "What if we uncover details that make people uncomfortable?" One of the older participants voiced quietly, his worry palpable. Clara paused, understanding the complexity of the feelings tied to revisiting painful histories. "Every story has its challenges, but it's through understanding those aspects that we can begin to heal as a community." Her response began to resonate, opening up a dialogue that allowed others to share their thoughts and fears about the potential impacts of their revelations. In this moment, Clara realized that their willingness to confront the past was a testament to their growth as a group, reinforcing her belief in the importance of transparency and connection. As Clara continued to facilitate the discussion, she saw how her words resonated with her teammates, the atmosphere shifting to one of openness and collaboration. "I think sharing the keeper's struggles can empower our community to confront their own challenges," Clara stated, her voice steady as she gauged the reactions around her. A member of the group spoke up. "We need to make it clear that these stories hold lessons, not just nostalgia. It can guide us moving forward." Clara nodded, appreciating the perspective. "Absolutely. Our goal is to foster a sense of understanding and healing through these narratives. Let's highlight how resilience shaped the past and can inspire the future." Sam chimed in, adding, "We can incorporate interactive elements into the presentation, inviting the townsfolk to share their stories and draw connections to the keeper's journey." Clara felt excitement surge within her. The idea of bringing the community together in dialogue ignited a fire in her spirit. This open exchange demonstrated the growth in their collaborative spirit, transforming hesitance into motivation and reinforcing their commitment to uncovering meaningful truths. Clara recognized that their journey was about more than just artifacts. It was about building a legacy rooted in the shared experiences and wisdom of those before them. With the planning session underway, Clara encouraged her team to imagine how their presentations could evoke emotion and spark connection within the community. "Let's consider how we can frame the keeper story," she suggested, pacing slightly as ideas began to flow. "What if we include personal anecdotes from townsfolk about the lighthouse? It could bring the history to life." Mia's face brightened as she nodded. "That would help everyone relate to the keeper's struggles and triumphs. It makes the past feel more tangible." As the group brainstormed, Clara could sense the excitement building, each member contributing ideas that reflected their passion for the project. However, the lingering doubts of some participants remained, and one elder ventured hesitantly, "But what if these stories stir up old grievances? Not everyone may want to revisit the past." Clara paused, acknowledging the complexity of their approach. "We have to frame it in a way that highlights not just the pain, but also the lessons learned. Understanding our history can help us shape a better future." Clara's words resonated, and the room began to buzz with agreement and a collective sense of resolve to honor not just the stories, but the emotional journeys tied to them. As they narrowed down their ideas, Clara felt a deep sense of responsibility. She understood that their work would inspire change and growth, not just for themselves, but for the entire community. As the discussion progressed, Clara felt the excitement in the room transform into a palpable determination to see their plans come to fruition. "We need to divide up tasks for the gathering," she said, her voice firm as she picked up a marker and began jotting down assignments on a large board. Clara assigned roles for gathering materials, setting up the venue, and contacting townsfolk who could share their own stories, ensuring everyone had a meaningful part to play. "Sam, can you coordinate with the local artists to bring their work? It will enrich the event," she suggested, her confidence evident as she delegated. "Absolutely," he replied, determination in his voice, eager to help secure community involvement. As the group discussed logistics, Clara noticed the previously hesitant members now chiming in with ideas and offers of assistance, their spirits lifted by the collaborative atmosphere. This transformation highlighted how their collective journey had cultivated trust and unity, enabling everyone to feel empowered and invested in the outcome. Clara's heart swelled with pride as she observed the growth in her team. They were forging connections that would not only enhance their gathering, but create a lasting impact on the community's spirit. As preparations continued, Clara felt a sense of satisfaction wash over her. The event was taking shape beautifully, filled with the collective energy of her community. The day arrived, and the community center buzzed with excitement as townsfolk began to gather, chatting animatedly about their connection to the lighthouse. Clara adjusted the decorations, ensuring that every detail was in place, from the photographs of the lighthouse keeper displayed prominently to the colorful banners celebrating their shared history. She noticed familiar faces from the storytelling night, and Clara felt a deep sense of gratitude for the bonds they had formed, realizing that the event was more than just a presentation. It was a celebration of their collective past. As she greeted attendees, Clara spotted Mia helping with the setup and catching the eye of a few skeptical townsfolk, her confidence shining through as she engaged them in discussion. The atmosphere felt alive with possibility, and Clara took a moment to reflect on how far everyone had come, recognizing the importance of each person's contribution to the gathering. Stepping back, she surveyed the space filled with laughter and conversations, a profound realization settling within her. This was the culmination of their journey, and together, they had crafted a meaningful connection to their history and to one another. Chapter 31, A New Normal. Clara awoke the morning after the successful community gathering, the excitement of the previous night still coursing through her veins. The sun filtered through her window, casting warm rays across her desk, now strewn with notes and leftover decorations from the event. As she stretched, thoughts of the stories shared and the laughter that echoed in the community center replayed in her mind, filling her with a sense of accomplishment. However, Clara also felt a lingering sense of responsibility to ensure that the momentum fostered during the gathering didn't fade away. She prepared herself for the day ahead, her mind racing with new ideas for keeping the community engaged and eager to explore their history further. Clara decided to visit the lighthouse, feeling the pull of its presence. It had become a symbol not only of their past, but of the future she wanted to cultivate for the town. With a determined heart, she finished her breakfast and grabbed her notebook, ready to jot down any insights or plans that might arise during her visit. As Clara arrived at the lighthouse, she felt a familiar thrill course through her, excited to reconnect with the history they had uncovered together. The sight of the old structure standing proud against the blue sky filled her with inspiration. It was more than just a building. It was a testament to the stories and lives intricately woven into the fabric of their community. Clara made her way inside, her footsteps echoing on the wooden floor as she pulled out her notes, eager to revisit the findings they had gathered. She noticed the remnants of their recent explorations still scattered about, the sketches, artifacts, and logs prominently displayed, each one waiting to tell its tale. With each piece she handled, Clara reflected on the transformations she had witnessed in herself and her community since embarking on this journey. Determined to keep the momentum alive, Clara activated her vision for future projects that would involve the townsfolk in continuing to explore and celebrate their shared history. "Together we can keep this spirit alive," she whispered to herself, the words fueling her excitement for what lay ahead. As Clara explored the familiar nooks of the lighthouse, she felt a renewed sense of belonging and purpose. The sunlight poured through the glass windows, scattering colorful patterns across the dusty floor, reminding her of the vibrant gathering they had shared just days before. Clara took a moment to appreciate the space, noticing how it had transformed in her mind, from a mere structure to a beacon of community strength and history. Suddenly, she heard footsteps behind her, and she turned to see Finn entering the room, a notebook clutched in his hands, his expression a mix of enthusiasm and contemplation. "I was hoping to find you here," he said with a smile, clearly excited. "I've been thinking about potential projects we could collaborate on to keep this momentum going." Clara felt a jolt of excitement at the idea, recognizing that Finn's presence signified a lasting partnership that would help them delve deeper into their discoveries. "I'd love to hear your thoughts," she replied, her voice filled with enthusiasm as they moved deeper into the room to brainstorm ideas together. The conversation flowed easily, both of them bouncing thoughts back and forth, their excitement growing as they envisioned how to engage the community further. Clara realized this moment was a reflection of her journey. Her willingness to collaborate and cultivate these relationships was shaping a future that resonated with their shared history. As Clara and Finn continued their brainstorming, she noticed a shift in the conversation. They were no longer just discussing ideas, but cultivating a vision for the community's future. "Why don't we create a monthly gathering where townsfolk can share their stories and artifacts?" Clara suggested, her excitement palpable as she envisioned all their voices coming together. Finn's eyes lit up. "That's a fantastic idea. It could become a tradition, a way to strengthen connections and celebrate our history continually." Clara felt her heart swell with hope at the thought of bringing people together in such a meaningful way, envisioning the vibrant exchange of memories that could unfold. "I think we should reach out to everyone, not just the regulars," Clara continued, feeling a surge of responsibility. "The more stories we gather, the richer our understanding becomes." As they discussed logistics, Clara sensed her confidence rising. She was no longer the hesitant girl yearning for adventure, but a leader ready to guide her community toward rediscovery. They exchanged ideas about inviting local historians, organizing workshops, and perhaps even creating an archive where everyone could contribute. Clara realized that this vision aligned with her original goal to honor the past while shaping a new narrative for the lighthouse and the town. As Clara and Finn finalized their plans, Clara felt a sense of urgency to act, knowing that bringing their ideas to life would require careful coordination and community engagement. They started drafting a flyer to announce the upcoming gathering, Clara's enthusiasm pouring into the words as she described the event, focusing on the importance of storytelling and shared history. "Let's make it colorful and inviting," she suggested, imagining how the flyer would catch the eyes of the townsfolk and encourage them to participate. As they worked on the designs, Clara could sense the excitement growing. They discussed including an element where community members could showcase their own artifacts alongside the stories shared. "This is more than just an event. It's a celebration of who we are," Clara said, her passion evident. She noticed Finn nodding along, his face lighting up with every idea exchanged. With their plan coming together, Clara felt a warm sense of anticipation. She understood that this gathering could reshape not only their shared history, but also the dynamics within the community, creating new connections for all involved. With the flyer completed and plans in motion, Clara felt a wave of hope wash over her as she prepared for the gathering. The thought of bringing the community together stirred excitement within her, reminding her of the potential connections that could blossom through shared stories. As the day approached, Clara engaged with more townspeople, inviting them personally to attend and encouraging their participation in sharing their own experiences tied to the lighthouse. "Your stories matter," she would say earnestly, her eyes meeting theirs with genuine warmth. "We're building something together, and I want you to be a part of it." Clara noticed the gradual shift in the attitudes of those she spoke with, skeptical expressions softening as they began to see the vibrant potential of the event. The more they connected, the more determination Clara felt. She was not just inviting people to listen, but empowering them to reclaim their narratives. As the gathering day neared, Clara's confidence blossomed, fueled by the energy gathered from her allies and the community, and she realized she was primed to embrace whatever challenges lay ahead. Chapter 32, Mending Bonds. A week after the community gathering, Clara stood in front of the mural outside the bookshop, the vibrant colors capturing the essence of the stories shared. The air was filled with laughter and chatter as families visited the space, drawn in by the artwork that celebrated their heritage. Clara felt a sense of pride swell within her. The mural had become a symbol of unity, reflecting the bonds forged through their collective journey. As she admired the artwork, she noticed several children enthusiastically discussing what they would add next, their imaginations ignited by the creativity of the past week. Clara approached, smiling as she encouraged them to continue exploring their ideas. "Why not add some more stories to the mural?" she suggested, excited by the thought of their contributions reflecting ongoing journeys. The children's eyes lit up at the prospect, and Clara felt optimistic that these connections would continue to flourish, shaping a stronger community. In that moment, she understood the importance of nurturing these relationships, recognizing that her journey had transformed them all into storytellers, each with a part in the tapestry of their shared legacy. As the children rallied around Clara, she felt a surge of joy at their enthusiasm, eager to see them take ownership of the mural and its stories. "Let's make a plan for how we can expand the mural with new elements," she said, her voice rich with excitement as the team gathered close. The children exchanged ideas, voices overlapping as they shared their visions of what stories should fill the empty spaces, each suggestion a thread weaving their connectivity. Mrs. Jenkins wandered over, her face glowing with pride. "This is wonderful, Clara. You've inspired them to engage with their history in a way that brings life to the past." Clara smiled, knowing that their collective effort was creating something beautiful and meaningful, not just for themselves, but for the entire community. As they continued to brainstorm, Clara noticed some of the older townsfolk watching from the periphery, their expressions a mixture of admiration and newfound curiosity about the children's work. "Perhaps we can involve more people in this process," Clara remarked, her mind racing with possibilities. "If we keep sharing our stories, we can build on this legacy together." The merging of voices, young and old, echoed her sentiment, and Clara realized that this mural would serve not only as a celebration of the past, but also as a living testament to their continuity and shared ambition for the future. As the children eagerly sketched out their ideas for the mural, Clara felt a deeper sense of connection forming within the group. They encouraged each other, sharing stories that fueled their creativity, every idea contributing to a richer tapestry of their community's history. Mia approached Clara with a thoughtful expression. "What if we dedicate a section of the mural to highlighting the lighthouse keeper's impact on our town? It's important that everyone knows his story." Clara's heart warmed at the suggestion, recognizing Mia's insight as a reflection of the very purpose behind their exploration. "Absolutely. That's a crucial piece of our history, and it would help others connect to the story." Just then, Edie, one of the older townsfolk, stepped forward with a tentative smile. "I'd love to share some tales about the keeper as well. I can help gather stories from those who lived here while he was still active." Clara beamed at Edie's involvement, feeling the momentum shift further toward inclusivity. That would be fantastic. Your stories will enrich the mural and ensure we honor his legacy properly. This collaboration highlighted the growing bond between generations, as Clara realized that their project was about more than just art. It was a crucial effort to merge their past with their future. In this moment, Clara understood that their journey was shaping the community's narrative, and she felt empowered to lead the way as they prepared to weave together the threads of history and connection into something beautiful. As discussions swirled around the mural, Clara realized the significance of connecting stories from the past to the present. She observed the spark in the children's eyes as they talked about the contributions they wanted to make, their excitement contagious and invigorating. "Let's think about how we can incorporate more personal stories into this," Clara encouraged, prompting the group to delve deeper into the history they wanted to share. One boy spoke up. "What if we include stories from sailors who came to the lighthouse? We could add their ships and what they experienced." Clara nodded enthusiastically, recognizing the depth that these narratives would bring to the artwork. Yes, those stories connect directly to the keeper's legacy, showing how his light guided them home. She felt a sense of pride as the children continued to share their ideas, building a collective vision that blended modern creativity with historical significance. Around them, the adults began to nod in agreement, understanding that the tapestry they were creating was also about reinforcing bonds within the community. Clara's heart swelled as she saw how her role had shifted. She was now a catalyst for collaboration and connection, guiding the group toward a celebration of their shared heritage that would resonate for generations to come. As Clara stepped back to observe the mural taking shape, she felt a rush of gratitude for the lively collaboration unfolding before her. Children painted with vibrant colors while adults shared stories, laughter mingling with the sound of brushes on canvases, creating an atmosphere brimming with joy and connection. Clara glanced over at Mia, who was directing a group of kids, guiding them in how to blend colors to represent the keeper's stories in the artwork. Her passion evident. "Look how motivated they are," Clara exclaimed, her heart swelling with pride. Mia beamed back at her. "You've created an environment where they feel safe to express themselves. This is what it's all about." Witnessing the community come together to honor the past inspired a deeper sense of purpose within Clara, the dawning realization that this mural wasn't just a project, but a symbol of their combined resilience and growth. The energy in the air crackled with potential as Clara facilitated discussions on adding new elements to the mural, eager to ensure every voice was heard. She embraced the opportunity to lead with confidence, recognizing that her journey had prepared her to inspire change and foster connections, making the lighthouse a beacon for their shared heritage. As the day of unveiling the mural approached, Clara felt a sense of pride swell within her. The vibrant artwork mirrored the spirit of their community and the stories they had shared. The evening sun cast a warm glow over the lighthouse, making the colors pop against the fading light, and Clara knew this was a moment worth celebrating. She decided to host a gathering at the bookshop, inviting everyone to come together and share their reflections on the mural and the stories behind it. Clara felt a responsibility to ensure that every voice was acknowledged, planning for moments where individuals could share their own connections to the lighthouse and its keeper. As she prepared materials for the event, she found herself reflecting on how far she had come. Her earlier uncertainties were now replaced by confidence in her leadership and the bonds formed within the community. By the time evening arrived, Clara could see families filtering into the bookshop, excitement palpable in the air as they greeted each other with warm smiles, many drawn together by the mural's significance. With hearts united, Clara felt invigorated. This gathering would not only commemorate their past, but also propel them into a shared future enriched by their stories and experiences, each connection binding the community closer together. Chapter 33, New Horizons. Clara stood before the mural, now vibrant and alive with color, as the townsfolk gathered around, their faces reflecting a blend of pride and joy. The stories depicted on the wall had united the community, and Clara felt a strong sense of fulfillment as she looked upon the artwork that had come to represent their shared history. With the event in full swing, she could hear laughter and chatter as families reminisced about their own connections to the lighthouse, stories intertwining like the colors on the mural. Clara noticed Sam mingling with the crowd, engaging the children with tales about the keeper while encouraging them to share their thoughts about the mural's significance. Feeling a swell of gratitude, Clara reflected on how this gathering represented more than just art. It was a celebration of resilience, a testament to the bonds forged during their journey. As Clara made her way through the crowd, she stopped to connect with people, appreciating their support and enthusiasm for the event, sparking conversations about future projects and collaborations. In that moment, she realized that her transformation had extended beyond herself. She was now a catalyst for change within the community, fostering connections that would empower her and others to embrace their collective legacy. As the evening progressed, Clara gathered the townsfolk together, inviting them to share their stories related to the lighthouse, a mix of excitement and nervousness coursing through her veins. "Mia and I have been thrilled to hear some of your thoughts about the mural," Clara began, her voice ringing clear and wholehearted. "But now, we want to open the floor for anyone willing to share their experiences." She noticed the children's eyes light up, their eagerness to contribute palpable. Several hands shot up, the anticipation of narrative jostling in the air. One boy, the same who had painted the bright blue section of the mural, stood up confidently. "My grandpa told me the keeper's light saved him when he was lost at sea." Clara felt warmth spread through her at the boy's enthusiasm, recognizing how these shared tales were weaving a richer tapestry of their communal history. Others began to chime in, some recounting personal anecdotes, while others shared family stories that had been passed down through generations. As each story unfolded, Clara felt the boundaries between past and present blur, a collective understanding dawning among the listeners as they grasped the importance of those contributions. This vibrant tapestry of voices, rising in unison, filled Clara with joy. She realized that their journey was not just about individual stories, but also about creating a legacy that embraced the community as a whole. As the stories continued to flow, Clara felt a profound sense of unity envelop the room, the bonds among the townsfolk strengthening with each shared experience. The tales of the lighthouse keeper intertwined with recent memories of their collaborative efforts, creating a rich narrative that resonated deeply within the hearts of everyone present. Amidst the voices, Clara noticed Edie, who had been quietly listening, stepping forward with a determined expression. "I've held on to my grandfather's stories for years, but tonight I feel ready to share them for the first time." The room fell silent as Edie recounted her family's connection to the lighthouse, her words weaving through the air with sincerity and raw emotion. She spoke of the fear and hope entwined in the keeper's legacy, reflecting the struggles of those who had depended on his light for safety. Clara observed the transformation in Edie, witnessing her vulnerability turn into strength as she connected her personal history to the collective narrative being shaped in that very moment. The audience erupted into applause as Edie finished, the appreciation evident in every clap, fueling Clara's belief that they were truly leaning into their shared legacy. Clara felt proud, recognizing how her commitment to fostering these connections had inspired others to confront their pasts and embrace their stories, reinforcing the lighthouse's significance within their community's identity. As the gathering continued, Clara knew the emotional weight of the stories being shared was significant, reshaping the town's connection to the lighthouse. She could see how the event was sparking newfound energy among the attendees. Conversations flowed easily as people exchanged memories and thoughts about the keeper. "Clara, this really brought us together," Sam remarked, a genuine smile lighting up his face as he gestured toward Edie and the other townsfolk still engaged in discussion. Clara felt a rush of warmth at his words, realizing that the evening had transformed many of her earlier doubts into a deeper sense of purpose and belonging. "It's amazing how these stories unite us," she responded, her heart swelling with pride. "This is just the beginning. we can continue to explore these narratives and create new connections. The excitement in the air hinted at future possibilities, where the town could embrace its history while forging a collective path forward. Clara reflected on how her growth had aligned her journey with the community's needs, inspiring not just her, but everyone around her to take an active role in shaping their shared narrative. With every story shared and every connection formed, Clara understood that their legacy was now intertwined with the light of the lighthouse, guiding them toward a brighter future. As the evening came to a close, Clara felt a deep sense of satisfaction settle over her. The gathering had drawn the community together in ways she had only hoped for. People lingered, sharing plans to explore the lighthouse further, excitedly discussing stories they wanted to bring to light in future gatherings. Clara caught snippets of conversation, affirmations from attendees expressing their willingness to contribute to ongoing projects, solidifying the sense of a united community. Amid the bustling energy, she noticed Edie and Mia already making plans to host a follow-up workshop, eager to engage more townsfolk in storytelling and art. Clara's heart swelled with pride. She recognized these budding initiatives as precious seeds planted in the rich soil of their history, ready to foster deeper connections. In that moment, she understood the true impact of their journey together, how their efforts to uncover the lighthouse's secrets had transformed not only their understanding, but their relationships within the community. With a renewed sense of purpose, Clara felt ready to embrace the future, excited for the adventures that lay ahead and the legacy they would continue to build together. As the last of the townsfolk began to leave, Clara stood at the door, a soft smile on her face as she bid them farewell, feeling a warm glow of connection among them. The evening had blossomed into a celebration of their shared history, each person leaving with a renewed sense of purpose and belonging. As she turned back into the softly lit shop, Clara could hear Sam chatting with a group of children, their laughter ringing out like music, a joyful reminder of the energy the event had ignited. Clara took a deep breath, absorbing the essence of the night, feeling the echoes of the stories shared still vibrant in the air around her. In her heart, she knew that the journey they had embarked on had only just begun, with countless stories yet to be explored and many more connections to be made. She felt empowered by her growth, confident that she could take on whatever challenges surfaced in the future, with the support of the community resonating within her. With a determined spirit, Clara began organizing the remnants of the gathering, ready to cultivate the seeds of connection that had taken root that evening, setting the stage for many more adventures to come.